Mr. Alissa is present. There was an issue that came up yesterday at the end of court. Mr. Brian Collins was made aware of, and I'm going to have him talk about it. So go ahead, sir.
Yeah, one of the jurors mentioned that they, in their professional capacity, worked with one of the witnesses yesterday, Dr. Allison.
Sheets.
Yes, Dr. Sheets. That they would, in their capacity as a rescue person, would bring people to them and the person they need rescue medical attention for them to continue giving their service. But other than that,
It was number 3712. And we can bring him in and let both sides inquire.
That would be my request, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay, if you'll bring him in, please.
sure.
Morning, if you'll just grab a seat. Sorry to make you feel like you're on the spot here, but you kind of are. We just wanted to do some follow-up with the information that you shared with Mr. Collins yesterday, and very much appreciate that you did that. So I'm going to let you speak to it, but it is about you did know Dr. Sheets once you had an opportunity to see her.
I did. And yeah, I have known her for a number of years as just Dr. Allison. And that's all in the context of search and rescue in the park that I work at.
Okay.
So somehow I didn't make the connection on the jury form because I'm not sure I always know her last name. But yeah, it was just kind of a shock to see something from one world intersecting with this world.
Okay. And you've had some time to think about it now overnight. And having that time, have you come to any conclusion as to whether that's going to impair your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
It has brought a level of gravitas for me to this situation in terms of coming in here and not even being remotely acquainted with anybody involved. I wouldn't say this was abstract, but it's been easy to be a little detached almost from the process and be sort of very logical.
Okay.
I think where it's left me is I feel like whatever decision, if I'm part of the 12 that makes that decision, whatever decision I make, that's something I have to live with. And so in a way, I feel more resolute and more sober about any about this process in general.
So if I might ask, might some of that be also the nature of her testimony as opposed to just your relationship with her?
I guess, could you clarify that?
So she testified about hiding in one of the aisles and rather intensely, several minutes for her, if not longer. Was it the testimony as well that sort of brought that gravity, or just knowing somebody who was part of the case?
I think her testimony is absolutely consistent with what I've seen from her on search and rescues. Just very intense and professional and smart in every moment. And I think her testimony, I didn't see anything surprising in that. Like that, from what I've seen of her on search and rescue, that seemed absolutely consistent with her behavior. So I don't think her testimony changed my thoughts on this, but just knowing that I might see her on another search and rescue, and that question might come up. And I feel like I need to be very, very clear for myself about about this process and about any decisions I ever come to.
Okay. I'm going to let Mr. Kuffner inquire as well, and then, or Mr. Dougherty, either one, and then someone from Mr. Alissa's team.
Morning, sir. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. As the court said, this is exactly what we would ask and expect of you. So I really appreciate it. I know it feels awkward right now being in here by yourself in terms of the other jurors, but I really appreciate it. And this actually comes up in trials time and time again. So thank you for doing it. I want to follow up on a couple things. The ultimate question is going to be, can you still be fair and impartial and reach the right verdict based on the evidence? So you've touched on a couple things. You talked about the gravitas of it, being more resolute and more sober, that you have to reach the right outcome. And I think that's what we require of all jurors, and it's consistent with what you said during jury selection, that you're going to put aside emotion and reach the right outcome, the right verdict in the case based solely on the evidence. You talked about Dr. Allison Sheets being intense, professional, smart. Those might be things that other jurors gathered about her from watching her testify. So obviously, though, you have prior experience with her. And I think what I want to know, what we need to know is that prior experience going to influence your evaluation of the evidence? You being impacted by the testimony, that's probably going to happen with other witnesses too, and maybe for other jurors as well. But in terms of you still being able to be fair and impartial in evaluating the evidence, can you do that? Or do you think the fact that you know one of the witnesses from King Soopers renders you someone who can't be fair and impartial?
I think, I guess two things. I feel more, I don't want to say pressure, if there's some clever word that's a mix of pressure and responsibility, but I feel more pressure to be sober and accurate and well thought and well reasoned in this. From what I know of Dr. Dale and Dr. Allison, they usually come together on rescues. Not that this actually matters, but my belief about them is they would expect me to do what I think is right. I don't think they would be encouraging one outcome or another. I feel pretty strongly that they're very analytical and would encourage me to do what's right.
Okay. And that's really where I'm headed with this. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And I want to circle back. You said more pressure. Let's assume for a minute, at the end of the case, you believe that people have not met the burden of proving all the elements beyond reasonable doubt, and including the defendant was sane on March 22nd, 2021. Then you determine that we haven't met our burden. Are you going to feel pressure to go the other way in your decision because you know Dr. Sheets? Or are you going to feel pressure just to reach the right outcome in the case?
I really feel like the pressure is to do my job as a juror.
Oh. Right. Thank you. Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Ms. Harold or Mr. Dunn?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to echo what everyone else said is we really appreciate that you brought this to our attention. So you told us that you know Dr. Sheets and her husband for a number of years. Approximately how many years have you known her?
Just through So I work in a park that has a lot of rock climbing,
Mhm.
and therefore has a lot of rescues. So I would say I spend time with them, short amounts of time with them on rescue scenes, an average of probably twice a year over 17 years.
Okay.
And most of that time on rescue scenes is me delivering like a patient assessment.
Okay. And you also mentioned that when you saw Dr. Sheets, that it was a shock for you. Describe to us kind of what you mean when you say shock. Like for you, what was going through your mind when you realized, oh my gosh, this is the Dr. Sheets I know?
I think the first thing was climbing in Boulder is kind of a community. I'm sort of a peripheral part of that community. I think the first thing was just shock that I didn't know before yesterday that was her. And then I guess the other piece of shock was just that collision of two worlds.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is, yeah, I don't know anybody here. These are new faces in the jury room. And that's a face from a very different end. Rescues are very, very intense situations. So yeah, it was just a collision of two very separate, very intense worlds.
And that I want to follow up on that as well, because I can only imagine is you were in one mindset before you saw her, and then you see her and you're in another mindset of seeing that collision. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so when this collision happens, you mentioned a few different things of kind of feeling more pressure, feeling the magnitude of this different was some language you used. Would you agree with all of that?
Absolutely.
And kind of the gravity of it all. All fair statements?
And if I may, it felt like what you were trying to say in your speech to the jury pool on that first day. Like this is actually very serious. And we'd had a lot of levity. And I sort of felt that ring home,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Absolutely, it makes sense. You know, you have talked very highly of Dr. Sheets because of your relationship over the past 17 years. Do you hold her in a high regard because of that?
Absolutely. I don't, apart from rescues, I don't really know Dr. Dale and Dr. Allison. I hold anybody who in difficult situations can keep their head and perform their job above and beyond. I hold anybody in very high esteem who can do that.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I just want to get a better understanding in what changed for you once you realized this was Dr. Sheets or Dr. Allison versus before then? Because it's unclear to me. I'll just be frank with you of what I'm really trying to figure out is, are you going to hold her testimony in more higher regard because of your relationship with her than say another person who may come in and testify because you don't have that relationship with her?
No, I don't think I would hold her testimony in higher regard because of my esteem for her. I held it in and hold it in high regard because it felt like it was very, not cut and dried, but I felt like it was very fact-based. But I wouldn't hold it in higher regard because of who she is.
And then the changes you have felt since her testifying, when you talked about kind of how you're looking at this case maybe differently than you did before, do you think that's going to influence how you come to your ultimate decision if you remain on this jury?
I think, I don't know if this reveals a character flaw or not. I'm okay with that. I think what it brought home was that afterwards, there are people, somehow until she walked in the room yesterday, I sort of thought this was a thing where we would do this this trial would come to an end, or I would be an alternate juror or whatever, I'd go home and probably nobody'd ever ask me about it. And I think what I saw yesterday was that, wow, there are now people that may come up to me afterwards and ask me about this. And I guess that's where some of this gravitas comes from, knowing that if allowed to stay on this jury, if that is the right decision for you, knowing that I might have to talk to somebody that was impacted by the shooting and say, this is what my decision is or was and why. And just that feels like a different, it feels like a different level. And it feels a little bit to me like what you were asking for in that first speech.
Okay. And so if you come to an ultimate, you serve on the jury, you come to an ultimate decision, and that, are you concerned, let's say Dr. Allison thinks it should have been one way because of her experiences and you decide a different way. Are you worried at all about that somehow could impact how you make a decision because of how you may be affected afterwards with people coming up to you and confronting you?
No, I guess I do believe from what I've seen of Dr. Allison in the field, she is a compassionate medical provider. And if a decision of not sane is reached, that's what she does for a living, is diagnose and treat people.
Okay.
I feel, yeah. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I feel like she would be supportive of whatever decision this jury makes.
Okay. And just my last question, and I don't mean to keep asking you questions, but has anything changed about from when you took your oath 2 days ago, I think it was now, about, being able to serve on this jury, being able to be fair and impartial to each sides, to only considering the evidence that you hear in this courtroom and the law that the judge gives you? Has any of that changed?
The one thing that's changed is I do work in that park where there are climbing accidents. I had planned on, there's a little work I wanted to do to get ready for snow. I had planned on sneaking in on some weekends and, getting some parts ordered, rebuilding some stuff. If I continue to serve on the jury, I'm not going to do that. I don't want to be in that park just in case.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Any concerns on challenging?
Your Honor, I think we should do this outside the presence of
Okay.
this juror.
All right, thank you.
I have no objection to keeping him on the jury, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dougherty.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else we need to take up before the jurors are brought in?
Not from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, please. Jessica, somehow I was shifting things and I lost the real time. What do I need to do? Go here.
Okay, did you get and please? Okay, great. And then coming out for the years. I looked at them. I do remember what they are. And then,
Connect.
the name, Judge Becky.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Good morning. We'll continue with the people's case, Mr. Dougherty.
Morning, Your Honor. Thank you. The people call Jason Hebard to the stand.
Good morning. If you'll come around to your left and then make your way towards this small screen up here, come around that way and I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please be seated.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. My name is Jason Hebrard, and the last name spelling is Hebrard.
How are you currently employed, sir?
I am an agent in charge with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation.
And just to get the jury familiar with you and to get you settled in up there, can you tell us a little bit about your career background and career path?
Yes, sir. I've been a police officer for about 20 years. I've been with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for 8 years as of August 15th, and spent most of my career as a patrolman and about 12 years. And then since I've been at the CBI, I've been primarily involved with fraud investigations, cybercrime investigations, and most recently promoted to a supervisory position.
You're the first member of law enforcement that the jury is hearing from in this trial, and there are many more to come, but I'm going to ask you a few questions about the training and experience you had working as a patrol officer, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Can you just walk the jury through how that works in terms of going to the academy, training, and becoming a patrol officer, please?
Absolutely. So I sought out law enforcement training myself on my own dime, as it were, by attending the police academy, self-sponsored. That was 20 years ago in the state of Texas. I completed a basic law enforcement academy, which allowed me to have licensure in the state of Texas as a police officer. I was in a school situation full-time where we learned all of the basics for law enforcement, including constitutional law and state law, as well as law enforcement operations, use of force, things of that nature. And I graduated in November of 2004 and was almost immediately hired as a police officer with the University of North Texas. I was a police officer there for approximately 2 years. In that time, I received training in patrol tactics, traffic enforcement, and general law enforcement duties, responding to calls for service, 911 calls, non-emergency calls, things of that nature. In 2006, I relocated back to Colorado, and I was a police officer with 2 different law enforcement agencies here in the metro area for approximately 10 years. In that time, I continued my in-service training. I also sought out secondary training to become an instructor in firearms. So I became a firearms instructor, what's known as a field training officer. So I would provide training to new law enforcement personnel. I also became a firearms armorer, so sort of an expert in manipulating and maintenance of police firearms, both handguns and rifles. and continued with my patrol career until 2016 when I joined the CBI. At that point, I pivoted into a investigative law enforcement capacity. I was hired primarily as a fraud and cybercrime investigator. And so my training pivoted somewhat toward the fraud and cybercrime realm. I became a digital forensics examiner. And so I've attended a lot of training for evaluating digital equipment, computers, tablets, phones, things of that nature, to conduct forensic examinations on those devices. That includes surveillance equipment, cameras, things of that nature, recording devices. I did that for a number of years, about 5 or 6 years, I think, total. I have certifications as a certified cybercrime investigator, certified cybercrime examiner, and I'm a digital forensics examiner through the Cellbrite company, which offers equipment that law enforcement uses to conduct those examinations. I'm also a certified fraud examiner through the ACFE, and I hold several other specific certifications for training in law enforcement. I'm certified in de-escalation, which is a tactic to eliminate or reduce the need for lethal force during police encounters. I'm also a law enforcement driving instructor, law enforcement defensive tactics instructor, and law enforcement taser instructor, among others. I was a full-time training coordinator for the CBI for approximately 18 months. And in that time, I was responsible for training all new CBI agents that come in as lateral law enforcement officers from their previous employing agency to the CBI, and then also providing in-service and ongoing training for law enforcement within the CBI.
Thank you very much for taking us through all that.
Yes, sir.
A couple of follow-up questions just to clarify for the jury. You mentioned calls for service when you're talking about your experience working on patrol.
Yes, sir.
And since you're the first member of law enforcement to testify, can you just tell the jury what you mean by calls for service, please?
Absolutely. Anytime you call the police, we would refer to that as a call for service. So it could be anything. And I've been a police officer in a small town and also in a larger town of 100,000 people. So it really runs the gamut. Anything you guys can think of where you would call law enforcement for assistance, that's a calls for service, whether it's an emergency, whether it's a non-emergency issue that's just a neighborhood dispute, problems with animals, you name it. I think I've done almost everything over the 13 years or so that I did, 12, 13 years I did patrol work. But it just includes anything under the sun.
And did that also include traffic enforcement during your time on patrol?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I do have training in law enforcement and DUI stops. I was certified as a LiDAR and radar user and operator, which is speed detection, and trained in monitoring traffic for traffic violations.
And I'm going to transition to talk about your work with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. You refer to it as CBI.
Yes, sir.
What is the Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
The CBI is a by request agency. It was created in legislative action in 1967, so it's been around for a while. The CBI's mission is to assist local law enforcement agencies with requests for investigative assistance or forensic science assistance. In short, the CBI is a helping hand for law enforcement agencies that may not have enough personnel or enough experience in a certain situation where they need to call for additional reinforcements, mostly in an investigative capacity. The CBI is somewhat diverse now in that it has other special units. So they have a gun enforcement unit that looks for gun crimes. There's a special investigations illicit marijuana unit. The unit that I previously supervised and that I was in during this incident was the high-tech crimes unit, which is identity theft, fraud, and cybercrime investigations. We also have human trafficking and fugitive operations, which is what I am in charge of now. And then what most people know when they hear the CBI in the news is major crimes, which is the arm of CBI that's mostly called by law enforcement agencies when there's a major issue where they need additional investigators or they need crime scene support or forensic services to come to a location.
And you mentioned it's a by request agency.
Yes, sir. We do not have at CBI much in the way of original jurisdiction, meaning we're not like a traditional police agency in the state realm. Some states have state police where they have jurisdiction all across the state of Colorado. The CBI is unique in that we don't operate as a state police. We operate in concert with the Colorado State Patrol. We are a sister agency to the Colorado State Patrol. Colorado State Patrol handles largely traffic enforcement and traffic safety for the state of Colorado under the Department of Public Safety. And then we are their sister agency that handles much of the investigative requests that come in.
And you have statewide jurisdiction upon request.
We do. We are all what's known as a post-certified peace officers, so Police Officer Standards and Training, which is the governing board for the state of Colorado. We are all certified as law enforcement officers, and everybody at the CBI was previously a law enforcement officer prior to their employment with the CBI.
And when you say everyone at CBI has previous law enforcement experience, you mean everyone in your division?
Correct. Anybody that's within the investigation section that carries the title of agent.
And you mentioned major cases. The CBI is often called by local jurisdictions to assist on major cases. What does that consist of generally?
In short, most law enforcement agencies are very adept at handling anything that happens in their jurisdiction because they live and work in their communities and they understand, you know, what happens, what transpires. There's certain things that occur that are of larger scale, and sometimes they don't have the resources or the personnel to adequately staff it, or they've determined that maybe the personnel that they have available at that time aren't sufficient to respond just because of the importance or because of the scale of the response or any kind of technical issues that might arise within the investigation, so that at that point they would reach out to the CBI for additional assistance.
So for example, you could be called to work on a child homicide down in La Plata County where they don't have the resources to handle that kind of case.
Correct. Even though I'm primarily supervising human trafficking investigations and fugitive operations, I was called out to Cheyenne County 2 weeks ago to assist with the death investigation, just because they called us and they needed assistance. And even though it's not what I specialize in full time, any CBI agent is trained so that we can go and help out essentially with anything that we're called upon.
Have you been called out to assist on mass murder cases
Unfortunately, several.
in the state of Colorado?
Yes, sir.
And did one of those mass murder cases include the mass murder of King Soopers on March 22nd, 2021?
Yes, it did.
And what did some of your work consist of in regards to the mass murder of King Soopers?
In this instance, my response was not emergent. In the prior cases that I had assisted with, I responded in emergent capacity, meaning I showed up lights and sirens and was there to address the initial threat. With the CBI, my response was investigative in approach. And so my actual response to the scene was not until the following day. We had CBI personnel that did respond initially the day of. I just wasn't one of the initial responders. I came the next day, and my focus was on providing investigative support to the Boulder Police Department and to the district attorney's office, just to begin collect information processes. CBI's mission is that of a fact finder. So when we arrived on scene, we were asked, just have a seat. We're going to explain what we have so far. And our responsibility at that point is to see where we can fit in, see where we can assist. And my responsibility initially was the collection of digital evidence as it relates to video footage.
And before we turn to that, just a couple things I want to break down from that last answer, if I may.
Sure.
You mentioned when you responded to others, you responded emergent. You mean other mass murders?
Yes,
And emergent is a police term.
it is.
What does emergent mean?
Emergent means we're disregarding traffic statutes and we're operating in our vehicles in an emergency capacity. It means that we're operating with due regard, so for the safety of the public, but we're allowed to exceed the speed limit. We're allowed to go against traffic control devices, stop signs, red lights, and we operate with audible sirens and air horns and police lights on our vehicles.
And in this mass murder investigation, it was more of a investigatory capacity that you had.
For me, yes, there were other CBI personnel that were closer and that were called in emergent. I responded non-emergent.
And you said you responded the next day.
Yes, sir.
And generally speaking, what did your work consist of in this case? And we're going to start to get into more detail about that.
Initially, I was asked to conduct a neighborhood canvas, is what we call it. And a neighborhood canvas is when we go door to door looking for relevant evidence, whether it's an interview with a neighbor that lives in a house, looking at their house to determine if they might have surveillance cameras that might have caught, footage of whatever the incident was that transpired. So my responsibility in this case was to go conduct a neighborhood canvas. And then subsequent to that, I also recreated the path from the defendant's residence to the King Soopers location on Table Mesa.
So we're going to talk about the canvas first. Was part of that canvas also looking to locate and obtain any video from neighbors along that route?
Yes, sir. That was my primary focus.
Have you had experience prior to that with video surveillance systems?
Yes. In my training and certification as a digital forensic examiner, a lot of my day-to-day work involves manipulating surveillance systems to get information from them, taking hard drives from older legacy systems that have hard drives, or operating systems that have cloud-based storage where the internet's used to store footage.
So I want to follow up on something you just said, actually. You mentioned cloud-based storage. If someone has a Ring camera or a Nest video system on the front of their house, what triggers the recording and something going up to the cloud for storage?
It all depends on how somebody sets up their camera. A lot of folks in here probably have doorbell cameras or Nest cameras affixed to their houses. When you initially set up the device, you have the option to set a variety of what they call triggers, or just pre-designated activities that can occur that would turn the camera on. Some folks don't have the capacity for storage where they can just let the camera run and record constantly. And so just to give an example, I have Nest cameras on my residence. I have for 9 years, and I have mine very, very narrowly focused to only start recording if there's the sound of glass breaking, a dog barking, door knocking, the dropping off of a package or the collection of a package, or if somebody with a face is recognized when they come to my doorbell, like just a human being. Other than that, I don't want it to record because it wastes space.
I appreciate you sharing your own personal experience. So just to use that, if we could stay with that for a moment.
Yes, sir.
So right now outside your house, things could be happening that the system is not recording if they fall outside that criteria.
Correct.
And what would some of those things be?
Just a car driving by, or more for privacy of my neighbors than anything. I don't want it to just randomly record the street throughout the day. Also in consideration of space limitations. So mine has established those, particulars in order to start recording. But if a car just drives by on the street, it will not necessarily record unless there's an associated sound that's happening at the same time, meaning like a dog starts barking, or if a car is driving by, but somebody happens to be dropping off a package, then it would record that car driving by. But if those other pre-indicators aren't met, then it won't record.
And that's something you're familiar with in your work in this area as well?
Intimately, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to obtain a video from 16228 West 65th Place in Arvada, Colorado?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was that video in relation to March 16th of 2021?
It was.
And did that individual have a surveillance system along the lines of what we've been describing up to this point?
Yes, sir. The resident in that instance had a Nest or Google doorbell camera, commonly known as a Nest Hello system, and it functions just like any other external Nest camera. It offers cloud storage that's cloud-based strictly. There's no local storage on the device, and it was set up to record the front of the residence.
And what was the significance of the March 16th date in connection with the investigation?
The significance of March 16th is that the defendant in this case was observed on camera coming back to his residence, and he was observed in the back of his vehicle manipulating items that were inside the trunk of the car.
And what did you see him, as you said, manipulating in the trunk of the car?
I recognized a large white box that was in the trunk of the vehicle. I know through my training and experience at the police department and at CBI that that box is commonly used to store a firearm that was recently purchased.
And the car that the individual was driving, did that appear to be the same car that you later learned was used on March 22nd at King Supers?
Yes, it was a dark Mercedes sedan.
How did the box appear?
The box was inside the trunk upon the arrival of the vehicle, and I observed him just sort of rummage through the trunk for a moment, and he eventually pulled the box out of the trunk and then was able to walk inside the residence with it.
And did you know anything else about that box or the defendant or the individual's actions on March 16th, 2021?
I did, just through the course of the investigation and what I had learned in pre-briefings when the CBI was asked to respond to assist. I was given some indication that the defendant in this case had acquired a firearm at an area gun store, and that the description of the box that the firearm was acquired in was highly visually similar to what I was seeing in the back of the vehicle.
And from what you learned from the investigation, was that purchase on March 16th as well?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, can I approach with what's been marked as Peoples 14 for identification, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is labeled People's Exhibit 14. This is a surveillance disc marked with case 21CR 497. It also has my signature and my badge or radio number for the CBI and the date of 9/3 of 2024. This is a disc that I recently reviewed that has that surveillance in question.
And to be clear, had you seen that surveillance before 9/3 of 24?
Yes, I have. This is the surveillance that I collected on the date in question, March 24th.
From 16228 West 65th Place in Arvada.
Yes, sir.
And the 9/3/24 designation is you signing and dating it so you'd be prepared to testify at trial.
That's correct.
And does that disc contain the recording that you just described? And did it appear to be accurate when you viewed it on September 3rd, 2024?
It is accurate. It does contain that recording.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move People's 14 into evidence, please.
No objection.
And minutes.
Thank you. And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Approximately how long is this video clip, sir?
It's just a few minutes long. It's not very long at all.
I'm going to hit play, and if you don't mind remaining seated, then I'll ask you some follow-up questions after.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that conclude the video clip?
It does.
And I'm going to leave with the court's permission the picture up on the screen though, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions if you don't mind.
Please go ahead.
How would you describe the suspect's driving in the video?
Completely routine, just pulled in at a neighborhood speed and entered the driveway cautiously considering the weather outside and the standing snow.
And did you actually see him pull around the snow that was in the street?
Yes, I did.
And is there another car in the driveway?
Yes, there's what looks to be a Jeep Cherokee or similar vehicle.
You've watched this video several times.
I have.
What do you see the suspect doing when he gets out of the car?
Just acting normally, just gets out of the car, takes his keys with him, opens the trunk, just like any other day, gets stuff out of the back of his car and walks inside. If I was watching the video, I wouldn't think anything of it.
Responsive.
Sustained.
Anything unusual that you see in watching the video?
No, sir.
Objected this line of questioning. I think the video is the best evidence. The jury's had the opportunity to watch it.
Sustained. Speaks for itself.
The box that you see him carrying, is that the box you indicated consistent with the information you had, as well as your own experience to be carrying a firearm?
Yes, absolutely.
So that's March 16th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Did you try to obtain video from that house for March 22nd, 2021?
I did.
And tell the jury about that, please.
The video systems, as I said, are set up for the preferences of the owner of the video system. So given the way the neighbors have the video established, the systems established, they don't necessarily record everything. And so the video from the perspective of one neighbor's house versus the video of the other neighbor's house, it may have recorded the same things, but it did not retain them within the cloud because it didn't meet the criteria that were established by the owners of the video system. So in this case, there was no relevant video at that exact time from one residence, but there was from the other because of the way they had it set up.
And we'll come to that other residence in just a moment, but staying with this one for a moment, and I'm just going to use the address and not the person's name, if that's okay.
Yes.
But 16228 West 65th Place is the house from which we're viewing this, right?
Yes, sir. If you were to look at an overhead map, it's it and the house to the side of it, which is 208, are both equally across the street, if you will. There's a substantial yard in between those two properties. That yard would actually be directly across the street from the defendant's residence. So either of those houses, they form sort of like a trapezoid shape, if you will, where they're either offset by just a few degrees, but they both have a perspective of the front of the residence.
And did the owners of this house give you complete access to their entire video system?
Yes, they did.
So they basically said, go through everything we have and find whatever you need.
Correct.
But you weren't unable to see anything that triggered cloud storage from March 22nd relevant to this case.
Correct.
You found other things from March 22nd, but nothing relevant to this case.
Right.
You mentioned another house, 16208 West 65th Place, Nevada. Did you find video from that neighbor's video system relevant to what we're looking at here?
Yes, I did.
What'd you find?
In that video from 208 residence, there's video of the defendant in this case exiting from the inside of his house, and he's wearing a large backpack, and he enters his vehicle with that backpack.
And approximately what date and time can you see that on the video?
That is on the date of the shooting at, can't remember exactly the time, but it precipitated the shooting by about 20 minutes.
Okay. Does 1:53 p.m. sound accurate?
Yes, it does.
And you mentioned he was carrying a backpack. What did the backpack appear to be to you?
Based on my training and experience,
Calls for speculation.
Your Honor?
You rephrase the question?
Sure. You described it as a backpack.
Yes, sir.
Just what did it appear to be to you?
It appeared to be a weapons case.
It's a backpack. They're going to introduce the video, and again, the jury can look at that, but what this officer thinks it appeared to be, it's a backpack. He has no idea what's in the backpack because you can't see what's in the backpack. So I don't understand this line in questioning. So under a 401, 403 analysis, I object.
Your Honor, there are different kinds of backpack. If you ask me what a camelback looks like as opposed to a backpack, as opposed to a kid's backpack, I could describe it and I'm not an expert.
It's a unique kind. It's a different than a normal backpack.
I'm trying to ask that question.
Overruled.
Thank you. What did the backpack appear to you? How did it look
It appeared to be a weapons storage backpack.
based on what you see that made you reach that conclusion?
The backpack is commonly associated with tactical gear. It's the type of backpack that you would use if you were going to carry a rifle and you were needing to enclose it within a backpack. It has a longer area on the top of the backpack that allows for the barrel to be covered.
What did you see the individual do when he carried the pack out to his car?
He placed the backpack into the vehicle and then got inside the vehicle.
Did he appear to be confused at all?
No, sir.
Did you see him looking off and staring at innocuous objects?
No, sir. He was very direct.
Any darting glances around?
Objection,
No,
Your
sir.
Honor, you can't see this on video. Speculation.
Best evidence is the video. It'll speak for itself.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show you what's been marked as People's 15 for identification.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the video that was collected from 16208 West 65th Place
How do you know that to be the same video that you collected?
because it has my signature on it and it's affixed with the date and a notation.
And you've had an opportunity to watch it?
Yes, I have.
And is that a fair and exact recording of what you obtained from 16208 West 65th Place?
It's an exact recording.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move People's 15 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
How long is this? How long is this video?
This one's also pretty short, just a few minutes.
See the garage going up now?
Yes, sir.
pulls out at approximately 1:53 PM on March 22nd.
Yes.
Where did he go from there?
He proceeded westbound through the neighborhood and he made his way westbound. The street changes names a variety of times, but 66th is generally the accepted term for that. It connects with Highway 93, Colorado 93, which runs north and south as an arterial roadway for the metro area on the west side.
Were you able to obtain additional video from up near Highway 93?
Yes, I was, from the water treatment plant.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show the witness what I've marked. It's one disc, but I've marked it as 16 and 17 because there are two clips on it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What is contained on people 16 and 17 for identification?
This is the disc that contains Arvada water treatment plant surveillance footage.
And what did you see on the Arvada water treatment plant surveillance system?
This is two exterior cameras for that property. That's owned by the city of Arvada. Those are what are commonly referred to as parapet cameras. So they're mounted on the exterior of the building, and they're typically pan tilt zoom cameras, which are allowed to move and focus. And in those cameras, there are two perspectives of the vehicle traveling westbound on that street, passing the water treatment plant and approaching Colorado 93.
From two different vantage points.
Correct.
And what do you see in looking at their surveillance video?
Just normal operation of a vehicle. There were two vehicles that travel through that same recording from both perspectives. The vehicle in question, the defendant's Mercedes, was traveling approximately the same speed and with the same driving characteristics as those two vehicles.
And that recording you have, that disc you have there, 16 and 17, is that a fair, in fact, exact recording of what you viewed from those two different camera angles at the Arvada water treatment plant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, people move that disc, which contains 16 and 17 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Which one of those vehicles was the suspect vehicle in question?
The suspect vehicle in question was the third vehicle that was westbound. So it was seen after the first two pickup trucks that traveled westbound.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm going to publish people 17.
Yes, sir.
And this is from a different vantage point, but the same Arvada water treatment plant.
Correct. This is a westbound view of the same street. This is position 19 in Arvada's surveillance system, and it captures both eastbound and westbound traffic on that street. It also captures the intersection with Colorado 93.
And just to get the jury oriented to this, where is Highway 93 in this picture before I hit play?
This is Colorado 93 that runs north and south, just beyond the west side of the water tower.
So before I hit play, what should the jury be looking for in this particular exhibit?
This covers the employee lot for the water treatment plant. The roadway where you just observed the vehicles traveling is perpendicular to Colorado 93, and it's actually positioned between two chain link fences. This fence right here and this fence right here are both border fences for eastbound and westbound traffic. And so that's where we will see the vehicle. It will continue westbound until it reaches the intersection of Colorado 93, where it pauses for traffic observance, and then the driver continues northbound on Colorado 93. And it's hard to make out just due to the resolution of the camera, but it is visible. That's the first truck. That's the second pickup truck with a camper shell. And then following that is the defendant's vehicle, which is now visible. And you can maintain visual of the vehicle as it maintains position in the far right lane.
As we watch the end of this, did it appear that that vehicle was obeying the traffic laws, staying with the flow of traffic?
Objection, Your Honor, same objection as always.
Sustain.
Do you see the vehicle turning up at 93?
I did. It just proceeded northbound and it just went beyond the frame.
And what is in that direction?
The city of Boulder and the King Supers on Table Mesa.
As part of your continuing investigation to this case, were you also asked to conduct what's called a drive time test?
I was.
And can you tell the jury what that means, please?
In essence, what I was asked to do was to recreate the defendant's most logical course of operating a vehicle from his place where he left to the place where he was going. So his ultimate destination, as we know, being the King Supers store on Table Mesa. With my partner, Agent Derek Graham, we used a stopwatch. We left the defendant's residence at 16229 at approximately 1:06 p.m. And we traveled from his residence using the most logical course of travel based on Google Maps to go from his residence to the King Supers location. And it took us the same route, essentially westbound through the neighborhood to this arterial roadway that runs east and west through the city of Arvada, which then connected to Colorado 93 and took us northbound into the city of Boulder and ultimately to the Table Mesa location.
And how were you driving? In other words, were you obeying all the rules of the road?
Yes, we intentionally drove at or below the speed limit, just as we were to be driving in any other capacity that was non-emergent. We stopped for all traffic signs, traffic lights, red lights, any official traffic control device, and we maintained speed limit. And we stayed consistent with the flow of traffic, which at the time, nobody was speeding or driving recklessly that we saw, and we timed the drive.
How long did it take you to go from the suspect's residence at 16229 in Arvada to the King Supers in South Boulder?
In this case, it was approximately 23 minutes.
How far a distance is that?
It's approximately 15.1 miles, given the course that we took.
So 23 minutes from door to door.
Yes, sir.
Did you drive around or park in the neighborhood behind King Supers at all?
We had to, due to the limitations of traffic movement at the scene at the time.
What do you mean by that?
There's closed roadways, areas that were blocked off by Boulder County Sheriff's Department, Boulder Police Department vehicles.
Due to the ongoing investigation?
Correct.
And I'm not going to get into any detail about other things you did, but did you do other things connected to the investigation?
I did. I just provided investigative support throughout the preliminary month of the investigation. So for about 4 weeks, just remained on scene at the command post and provided assistance with whatever we could.
And those are things that are going to be covered by other witnesses during the course of the trial?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then I have no further questions for you. I really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have no questions.
All right, maybe he be released from the subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
No objections.
All right, thank you, sir. You are free to go and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Do you want to retrieve the exhibits and then call your next witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, people would call Chris Tyler.
All right. Mr. Pyler, Joe, come around to your left, sir, and just make your way on back towards that small screen. There you go. Yes, sir. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury, any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell the court reporter how to spell your last name, please?
I can. My name is Christopher Pyler. My last name is spelled Pyler.
Tell the jury what you do for a living.
I'm a police detective with the City of Westminster Police Department.
How long have you been with the city of Westminster?
Approximately 20 years.
Prior to coming to Westminster, did you have any law enforcement experience?
I did. I worked for the City of Golden for approximately 6 years and the Summit County Sheriff's Office for 4 years prior to that.
So 30 years in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
What, just briefly, training did you have during that 30 years?
My initial training consisted of a police academy, basic police academy, which taught me policy and procedure, statutes, law enforcement procedure, things of that nature. Over the course of 30 years, I've attended a significant number of hours of training in topics such as homicide investigations, child abuse investigations, a variety of different topics of that nature.
What is your current assignment at the Westminster PD?
For the last 9 years, I've been assigned to the FBI Denver Rocky Mountain Safe Streets Task Force as a task force officer.
Tell the jury what that means.
The task force is comprised of local, state, and federal investigators who investigate violent crimes in the Denver area that have a federal nexus. Our most visible type of investigation that we conduct is bank robbery investigations, but we also investigate homicides, kidnappings, extortion, matters of that nature.
So talk a little bit about how that team is put together or who comprises that team.
Again, it's local, state, and federal investigators. So we have police detectives such as myself from a variety of different agencies, including the Denver Police Department, Aurora, Lakewood, Commerce City. We also have some state investigators from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. And then we have several federal agents, special agents assigned to the task force as well.
And are those special agents FBI agents?
They are.
And that task force works under the supervision or leadership of the FBI?
It does.
What is a cellular analysis survey team or CAST?
So CAST is a unit within the FBI that is comprised of specially trained federal agents, special agents, and task force officers who conduct analysis on historical cell phone records. Basically, we look at cell phone records during the course of investigations.
And describe, I guess, are you a member of such a team?
I am.
Describe the training that you had to become a part of that team.
So my initial training in cellular analysis started in 2011 with a basic class. In 2016, I attended a 2-day class sponsored by the FBI, taught by the CAST unit, which was basic cellular analysis, how to obtain records, how to evaluate them to see if they'd be relevant to an investigation. In 2017 and again in 2020, I attended a 3-day advanced class, which was more along the same lines of obtaining and interpreting cellular records and other records. In 2020, I was selected to attend what's called a field training exercise. That's a class sponsored by the FBI that basically is an evaluation of candidates for CAST certification. It was 3 days of basically working cases. At the end of that evaluation class, I was selected to attend the CAST certification. The CAST certification consisted of two-week sessions with instructors from CAST. But the first 2-week session was taught by professors from the Florida Institute of Technology. That was basically radio frequency theory, network architecture, how cellular networks work. The second week of that training was with the engineers and analysts from all the major cellular providers, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and Sprint at the time, who taught us specifically about their networks and how their networks operated. The second 2-week session was basically an evaluation period. We spent a week with a case. They basically provided us with information about a case. We had to conduct analysis, provide presentation, and then we had to testify to that presentation. At the end of that 2-week period, I was certified as what they call a cast asset.
Have you provided training in the area of cell phone record analysis?
I have. As part of our maintaining our certification as a cast asset, we are required to conduct at least one training session a year. Typically, that's a 2-day class, the 2-day basic class that we teach. I've taught approximately 20 of those classes across the country and across the world.
What is historical cell site analysis?
Basically, it's looking at phone records. The phone records that we evaluate are very similar to what you might see from your phone records when you get a list of all the calls that you've made, to who you've called, things like that. The difference is the records we have provide a little bit more information, including some specific information about the cell sites that were used for those calls or text messages.
When you say cell sites, are you talking about the tower that was utilized for a particular connection or communication?
Yes, a cell site is the tower and the antennas on the tower.
How many cases has CAST conducted? How many examinations has CAST done?
So CAST has examined hundreds of thousands of records since 2011. That was more or less the inception of the CAST unit within the FBI. And I've, in the 2 years or 3 years I've been certified, I've looked at several thousand sets of records in over 200 cases.
Have you testified as an expert witness before?
I have.
How many times and where?
I've testified as an expert witness since 2021, 9 times in Adams County, Jefferson County, Arapahoe County, and in federal court.
How do agencies access these CAST services?
It's simply a matter of asking. We have a website and they're able to send a request to utilize CAST resources.
Is the technology that you utilize in doing this analysis something that's limited to just criminal cases?
It is not.
Where else is it used?
We use CAST techniques in missing persons and investigations almost daily.
Have CAST services and analysis been able to exonerate people in criminal cases?
They have.
Judd, at this time, I would offer this officer as an expert witness in cellular telephone record analysis.
No voir dire or objection.
All right, thank you. He will be admitted as an expert in that field.
What is your proper title? Is it agent, officer, detective?
Detective would be fine. Thank you.
I want to direct your attention to this particular case, the mass shooting that occurred on March 22nd of 2021 at the Table Mesa King Soopers. How did you first become involved in this case?
My very initial involvement was actually the day after the shooting. CAST was utilized during the course of the investigation to look at various sets of records. So myself and another CAST asset did conduct very preliminary analysis during that time frame and the days after the incident. Then approximately 3 or 4 months ago, I was asked to conduct a formal analysis of all those records.
Talk about the difference between that initial work that you did and the formal work that you were requested to do.
A preliminary analysis is typically conducted to provide avenues for investigation, looking at the call records to see who's being called or who's calling, where the device is located, where it's gone, where it's been, just looking for possible leads, further follow-up that needs to be done. A formal analysis typically looks at very specific dates, times, locations, and what particular devices we're doing with the network at those dates, times, or locations.
And in this particular case, were you asked to do the formal examination for a time period of January to March 22nd of 2021?
I was.
And that analysis was specifically paying attention to a couple of dates and times that were revealed during the investigation.
That is correct.
Did you prepare a summary of the techniques and technology you utilized, as well as the results from the cell phone records in this particular case?
I did.
Would it assist you to utilize that summary of the information in your testimony here today and explaining it to the jury?
It would.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
Just take a look through that, and when you're done, let me know.
I'm done.
And Judge, for the record, I've handed Detective Filer what has been marked as People's Exhibit 18 for identification. Can you tell us what I handed you?
Yes, Exhibit 18 is the report I prepared regarding my analysis.
Is it a fair and accurate summary of the results you learned from the cell phone analysis in this case?
It is.
Judge, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 18.
Mr. Dunn?
No, Roger, rejection, Judge.
All right, thank you.
And permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So I've been, I think, referring to it as the cell phone analysis you did in this case. Was your formal review limited to just a cell phone?
It was not.
What else did you look at in this case?
I also reviewed records for a Mercedes sedan. The Mercedes sedan was what we call a connected car and had cellular connectivity. It communicated with the cellular network. So I looked at those records as well.
Tell us a little more about how the Mercedes communicates with cell technology, how that works.
Sure. Newer cars, basically manufacturers are installing cell phones in their newer cars. They use these for a variety of reasons. Some of it could be diagnostic or maintenance, so that they can, remind you when your car needs an oil change, or tell you on your phone, hey, there's a problem with your car, something along that nature. The other thing they use it for is as a Wi-Fi hotspot. If you have a Wi-Fi hotspot in your new car, it's connected to a cellular network. So it's for lack of a better word, it's a $50,000 cell phone on wheels.
So this particular slide, the first slide in People's Exhibit 18 that you prepared, includes the information about the two devices, I guess, that you analyzed in this case.
Correct. The subject cell phone was on the T-Mobile cellular network, and that's the number that ends in 4482. And then the Mercedes sedan is identified by not a phone number, but another identifier called an IMSI, and that ends in 8369. That particular car was on the Verizon network.
Is there an advantage or disadvantage to having two different networks provide service when you're looking at two devices at the same time?
Not really. It may provide a fuller picture if one of them doesn't have connectivity and the other one does. Sometimes we'll see one device, not the other.
Why is one of them in green and one of them in red on this first slide describing the devices?
During the course of the analysis, the records are indicated the same way. So any records in green are going to be associated to the cell phone. Any records or representations are in red are going to be for the Mercedes.
And that's just the way you color coded it for the ease of presentation so that we could determine one from the other.
Correct.
Moving to slide 2, this is more just definitional information provided about what you included in the summary and how you got that information.
It is. It talks about the investigative information, the information that I was provided initially for the analysis. It talks about the methodology we use, how we interpret and display these records. It talks about the cell site locations, where we obtain those records, and how we reach our conclusions. At the bottom, during the course of this analysis, there was a time change. So the records that we get from the providers are provided in what's called Coordinated Universal Time, or UTC. And so we have to do a little bit of math sometimes to calculate what time it is here in Denver or Boulder at the time. So again, this just indicates there was a time change when we went from 7 hours behind UTC to 6 hours behind UTC.
And that's just daylight savings when we make that switch.
Correct.
That switch was on March 14th in 2021. And so you had to change from the -6, -7. That was the difference in
Correct.
translating those records that you received into local time.
Correct.
All records that we're going to show to the jury in this summary are local time here in Boulder, Colorado.
They are.
Moving to slide 3, tell us what's on the left and explain a little more about what a cell site is and how it works.
So the picture in the lower left-hand corner of the screen is a cell tower. You can see from the diagram that there are 3 faces to that cell tower. The cellular companies, rather than providing 360-degree coverage from one antenna to all its customers, typically sectorize their antennas, and they break it into 3 different antenna faces. Each antenna face is designed to cover approximately 120 degrees of that 30-degree circle, and each antenna face has a direction. It points in a direction. They call that the azimuth of that sector face. So in this representation on the right-hand side, you can see that sector 1, basically the azimuth or the center of that 120 degrees is 0 degrees, which would be due north or 12 o'clock on a clock. Sector 2 covers the next 120 degrees. So its azimuth is 120 degrees, covering 60 degrees on either side. And then the last tower has an azimuth of 240 degrees. They're not all this easy. The azimuths are 10 degrees, 15 degrees, 32 degrees, things like that. But regardless, typically they provide 120-degree coverage in that direction.
So a lot of degrees, a lot of numbers. Fair to say that the antennas on a cell tower basically point in 3 main directions as you go around that tower.
Typically, yes.
How does the cell phone work in interacting with these particular sectors and the cell site?
So a cell phone at its most basic is a 2-way radio. The difference between a cell phone and a 2-way radio is that cell phones don't communicate directly with each other. They connect with each other through a network. So every time a cell phone connects with a network, a record is generated. That record can include the date and time of the transaction, the duration, the type of transaction. It may be a voice call, it could be a text message, or it could be a data session like web browsing, something like that. One of the other sets of data that it captures is the cell site and sector that the cell phone used for that transaction. So when we look at that, if we know that, say, a cell phone connected with sector 1 in this diagram, that the cell phone is typically going to be in an area likely north of the cellular tower. And so using that, we can look at those records, we can look at the tower and the sector, and we can very generally geolocate the device where it may be.
Talk about how self-service providers attempt to give the best service to their customers.
So the network engineers, obviously, at the end of the day, a cell phone company is a business. They're in it to make money. So their goal is to provide the best service that they possibly can to their subscribers, whether that's installing more towers or tweaking the antennas or whatever the case may be. A couple of things they have to look at. One of the big things here in Colorado is terrain. We have terrain. This isn't Kansas. So network engineering in Colorado may be a little bit different than it would be in, say, Kansas. So terrain is one of the factors that they have to look at providing service. The other thing is the environment. Obviously, cell towers in Denver are going to be engineered a little bit differently than Sterling, because Sterling doesn't have buildings and probably doesn't have tens of thousands of customers. So in an urban environment, towers may be a little bit closer together, and there will be more towers.
Are there limits on how much a particular antenna on a tower can take when it comes to service?
As far as capacity?
Yeah, I mean, is there an unlimited number? Could you have 1 million cell phones connecting to the same sector on the same tower at the same time?
A million would be unlikely. They engineer the cell towers to provide more capacity than they think they're going to need. So if they think they're going to need 10,000 subscribers at a time, they'll typically engineer it more than that. From talking with network engineers, they never reach capacity. 99% of the time, each sector and antenna is able to handle the capacity.
Do instances exist where there's overlap between two cell tower sites?
Yes, the coverage areas of cell tower sites do overlap significantly.
Why?
Well, one of the reasons is that with cell phones, you're not tied to a cord, so you can move. If you connect to a cell phone in Boulder, say you're driving to Denver, that cell phone tower in Boulder is not going to provide you coverage all the way to Denver. It just can't do that. So the network is engineered such that each tower and antenna provides a little bit of overlap to the next tower down the line. So as you're driving, it does what's called a handoff. So in Boulder, you drive down towards Superior, the network in that overlap area will hand it off to a tower in Superior, then move down to Westminster. That way you don't lose your call.
You never actually know this is happening. When you're driving while talking on your cell phone, it's automatically changing to whatever the most readily available or best site is for where you're at as you continue to move.
Yes, the network controls that and it's seamless generally.
Talk about, with respect to your historical analysis of the records in this case, when you got the records, what was the first thing you did?
The first thing that we do, obviously, is we look at the records to see what dates and times we're looking at. We look to ensure that we do have all the data we need, such as the cell sites and sectors and things like that. And then we obtain a cell phone list from the providers so we know where the towers are.
You said a cell phone list. Is it a cell tower list?
Sorry, cell tower list.
And then you take all of that data and what do you do with it?
Typically, we have programs. We can do it manually. If we know where the cell site is from the tower list, we can manually plot each transaction. But we have software available that allows us to input the records, the cell tower lists together, and then map them.
So during this time period of January to March 2021, March 22nd, were you able to determine the locations during that time frame of the Mercedes as well as the cell phone that belonged to the defendant?
I was.
And you were able to determine that from communications, meaning text messages or data sessions or phone calls, whatever was the cause of that device communicating with one of these towers, you were able to figure out where those devices were at?
Very generally, yes, sir.
Talk to us a little bit about slide 4 that kind of explains what information you included in your summary and how you included it.
Slide 4 basically shows how we depict these network transactions on the maps, how we graphically depict them. On the left-hand side, we talk about the individual cell sites and what that looks like. You can see a green wedge. That is the 120-degree coverage of a particular sector on a tower located at the base of the wedge. In these diagrams, these maps that we're going to look at, the green dots are T-Mobile cellular towers, the locations of which we obtained from the cell tower list, and the red depict Verizon cellular towers. You see a shaded area at the base of the wedge. That's not the coverage area of that particular antenna. That just helps kind of graphically illustrate which direction that is. That doesn't mean that it's the coverage area and where the phone might actually be.
So somebody, even if you showed this visual representation, it doesn't mean they're within the shaded area. It just means they're somewhere within that pie shape.
Correct.
And then with respect to the information on the boxes that we're going to see identifying the different connections or data sessions, what is the information at the top?
The information at the top would be network transactions such as voice, text, or data sessions. It provides us with the cell site or the tower identifier. That's a number, as well as the individual sector on that tower. It gives us the date and time of that particular transaction, the duration in seconds of that transaction, and then what type of transaction it is, if it's a voice call or a data session. In this particular instance, the box is red, so this would illustrate a transaction for the Mercedes. At the bottom, there's another set of data that we use when we conduct our analysis that the cell phone providers can give us. It's called timing advance. In a nutshell, it's an engineering measurement that gives us the tower and sector that the measurement is made from, but it also gives us the estimated distance from the tower. So it helps us sometimes refine the location of the device within a sector.
So I'm understanding the cell identifier sector is basically the cell company's telling you this is the location of the tower and which direction the antenna that was used is pointing.
Yes, with this number and the cell tower list, we can calculate that, the location and the direction, the azimuth.
And with respect to this timing advanced, it gives greater precision with respect to the location than just the general tower location.
Yes, it helps us refine the location within the sector.
And this is a little more detail about that timing advance. Explain kind of how it works.
It is. So basically, it kind of goes back to elementary or middle school when we calculate distance from speed and time. If we know the speed, we know the time that something takes to travel, we can calculate the distance. This is kind of how the cellular providers can estimate the distance of the device from the tower. So they take a measurement of the time, they send a signal to the device and back. They know that time. Radio waves travel at the speed of light. Then they can calculate the distance from that. The timing advance, again, helps them refine the location of the device within the sector. The device is typically going to be located within, in the 4G environment, within a 78-meter band of that reported distance. It could be closer to the tower, but it's never going to be further.
Okay. All right, moving to the actual summary of the records that you analyzed in this particular case. Describe slide 6 and why January 19th, 2021, 4:27 p.m. to 5:31 p.m. was something you looked at.
During the course of the investigation, investigators looked at credit card records and determined that there have been several purchases at gun shops in the North Metro Denver area. So that's one of the things we looked at is the credit card records and the purchases that were made at these particular gun shops. And then I looked at the records for the phone and the Mercedes to see if either of them was in the area of these gun shops on that day. So on this slide in particular, on January 19th, we look at 2 credit card purchases at Westminster Arms, which is located in Arvada, Colorado. The 2 purchases on the 19th, I looked at the records for the 19th and determined that between 4:27 p.m. and 5:31 p.m. that both the cellular phone, the green T-Mobile cellular phone that's indicated on the map, and the red Mercedes sedan were both utilizing towers near the Westminster Arms gun store during that time period between 4:27 p.m. and 5:31 p.m., indicating that both devices were in the area of that gun shop.
And it's difficult to see some of the, at least for me, from where I'm at, to see some of the lettering on that exhibit. There should be an orange pointer. If you could just extend it and identify where you note the financial records that caused you to look at this particular time period on the 19th, where they are on this slide.
They're located at the top of the slide, January 19th, a card purchase, Westminster Arms, and those are the amounts and the balance in the account.
And then I think it's easy to see the 2 different pie shapes for the sectors. Where is Westminster Arms on that particular diagram?
Westminster Arms is the green square roughly in the center of the map.
Thank you. Moving next to slide 7, tell us about February 10th of 2021 and why that was a date that was of interest.
Again, February 10th, there was a card purchase at Westminster Arms, again, the same location in Arvada. And looking at the phone records for that day, between 10:59 a.m. and 11:39 a.m., both the cellular phone, the green wedge, and the Mercedes sedan, the red wedge, were utilizing cell towers, again, in the area of the Westminster Arms store, utilizing towers and sectors that would provide coverage to that store.
Did you have advanced timing information or data for these particular dates?
I did not.
And I mean, is that common that sometimes you just don't get that information depending on when the records are obtained?
The retention periods for the providers for the timing advance data, which we do like to utilize when we can, varies. Verizon only keeps theirs for 7 days after the transaction, and T-Mobile at the time only kept it for like 30 days. So we just didn't have it available. We weren't able to obtain it.
And again, this is the same convention you stood up and showed the jury on the previous slide, where the bar at the top indicates that financial transaction from the records. And then Westminster Arms is the green dot kind of right in the center of this particular slide.
That's correct.
Mr. Kuffner, how much more do you think approximately? I'm contemplating a break at this time.
Jed, I think I have about 3 or 4 more slides.
How much time?
I would say less than 10 minutes.
Okay, we'll keep going and then take our break.
Tell the jury about the information you learned from February 22nd of 2021.
On February 22nd, there was another transaction at a gun shop. This was a different gun shop. This was Eagle's Nest Arms in Arvada. So when I went back and looked at the records for this particular transaction, I noted a couple of other things. There was a restaurant called the Sultan Grill, which is more or less catty corner from Eagle's Nest Arms. I learned that Mr. Alissa worked there. And I also noted that the residence, the address provided to me for Mr. Alissa, was in that same general area as well. The green dot that says, or the green box that says EN is Eagle's Nest Armory. That's the gun shop.
Can you just stand up and point to that? Because at least I can't see it.
So the EN green dot is Eagle's Nest Armory. That's the gun shop. SG is Sultan Grill. That's the restaurant. And then AR is the Alissa residence located on the map.
So with respect to this particular date and time, February 22nd of 2021, it's fair to say it's less conclusive. He could have been at work.
That's correct.
But what it shows is during that entire time period from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., he was in the area of his residence, his work, or Eagle Nest during that day.
That is correct.
These 2 devices on that day didn't show up being in Fort Collins
That's correct.
or Greeley
Correct.
or anywhere else. That was the area those 2 devices were in that entire day.
From 9 p.m. to 5 or 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's correct.
Tell us about March 6th of 2021.
Again, March 6th was a date where when we look at the records, we see the date of the transaction actually shows as March 8th. But the date the transaction was made was actually March 6th. So March 8th is when the transaction posted with the bank. March 6th is when the transaction was actually made at Westminster Arms. When I looked at that day, again, I saw the device, the T-Mobile cell phone, in the area of Westminster Arms, again, on a tower and sector that would be expected to provide coverage to that gun store.
So the cell phone appeared to be in that sector, but the Mercedes was not on that day.
Correct.
Talk to us about March 16th, 2021.
Again, this is similar. Another card purchase was made at the Eagle's Nest Armory in Arvada. Looking at the transactions from approximately 10:45 a.m. to 5:03 p.m., you could see that the cell phone, the T-Mobile cell phone, and the Mercedes sedan were both utilizing towers and sectors, either at the residence or in the area of the Sultan Grill and the Eagle's Nest Armory gun shop.
Again, less conclusive that he was at Eagle's Nest or his device and vehicle were at Eagle's Nest on that day, but it certainly shows he wasn't anywhere else.
Correct.
Or his device and his vehicle weren't anywhere else.
That's correct.
Date of the attack, March 22nd, 2021, 12 a.m. to 2:04 p.m. Tell us about the activity on this one.
So I looked at the activity for the entire day, starting at midnight. If you look at the lower box here, this basically indicates data sessions utilizing this tower and sector that would likely provide coverage to the residents from approximately 12 a.m. to approximately 1:49 p.m. The cellular phone was utilizing that tower and sector consistently. It briefly utilized the tower by the Sultan Grill at approximately 1 p.m., but then went back and utilized the tower around the residence. And then at approximately 2:01 p.m., it utilized the tower on Highway 93 north of West 82nd Avenue.
So just walking through that from midnight until a little before 2, midnight until around 1, it consistently shows up as being the tower that would be most likely utilized if he were at his residence and his phone were at his residence.
Correct. It's the tower indicated by the AR.
And then around 1 p.m., there is a connection to a tower by the cellular device, the phone, near the Sultan Grill.
Yes, it's approximately a 2-minute data session on a tower in the area of the Sultan Grill.
When we say for the cellular device or the vehicle to utilize the tower, what does that mean?
Well, that's the phone itself or the car itself. So we can say those devices were utilizing those towers and sectors. One of the things that we have to do is we have to attribute those to a person. That's one thing the records just on their face can't tell us.
When it connects to a tower, is it necessarily because of a call or a text from that device?
No.
Okay. When else would a device connect to a tower?
So the third transaction that we look at is a data session. That's web browsing. I'm sure everybody's familiar with putting in a website on your phone and looking at a website. That's a user-initiated data session. But if you get notifications from an app or something like that, the cellular network connects with your phone kind of in the background. So you don't have to be doing anything with it. It just is communicating with the network, doesn't require you to interact with it. And then once you receive that notification across the data session, that data session is a record that's generated by the network and captured by the cell phone company.
With respect to the one connection to the tower near the Sultan Grill around 1 p.m., that's one connection. Would it be consistent with just traveling to that location very briefly to drop off someone or pick something up?
It is a very short data session. It's only 2 minutes in length. When I look at the prior data sessions at 12:49 and 1:49, the phone could have been in the area for a little bit longer, but it was a very short data session.
Does the data support him being in the area of, or the phone being in the area of the residence, traveling briefly to the Sultan Grill, and then returning to the residence?
It could be interpreted that way, yes.
It's consistent with?
Yes.
And then you mentioned at the initial portion in going through this slide that at that point, a little after 2, he starts to head north along 93 and he picks up another tower, correct?
Yes, the T-Mobile cell phone picks up another tower on Highway 93 north of 82nd Avenue.
Tell us about slide 12.
So this one has a lot on it. We talked a little bit about timing advance. These are actually the timing advance measurements for the T-Mobile cell phone. We were able to get that data from T-Mobile for this day. And basically, if we look at it, and if I could show it on the screen,
Please.
If we look at these timing advance measurements and the distance, so we see, for instance, the tower with the sector, and then we see the distance from the tower, and that's indicated by that 120-degree arc. If we follow the time of all these measurements, you can see this is the first transaction, this is the second one, this is the third one, this is the fourth one, indicating that the device is traveling north. Now, it's possible that the device could be anywhere along that arc. It could be over here, but looking at the times, a matter of seconds between the measurements, the most likely route for the phone is going to be on Highway 93 north.
And what that time frame is between 2:08 and 2:10 when he's headed north on 93?
That's correct.
And then finally, the last slide, tell us what slide 13 shows.
Again, this shows data connections and timing advance. We were able to get timing advance for the Mercedes sedan in this particular instance. And what it shows is that both the cellular phone and the Mercedes sedan were utilizing towers and sectors in the area of the Table Mesa King Supers between 2:12 p.m. and 10:09 p.m. Looking at the timing advance, you can see that the arcs are pretty consistently at a distance that's just slightly more than the distance to the King Supers, indicating that the Mercedes is very close in that area. And we didn't have timing advance for T-Mobile for this particular time frame, but all the towers and sectors are consistent with the device being in the area of the King Supers at those times.
From 2:12 p.m. until 10:09 p.m.
Correct.
Judge, I have no further questions for Detective Pilot.
Mr. Dunn, will you have questions?
Judge, I have a single question.
Okay.
Detective, prior to that March 22nd, 2021 date, did you see Mr. Alissa's device at or around the Boulder Teen Supers in your analysis?
The only time prior to this that I saw the T-Mobile cell phone in the area was in mid-February. It very briefly utilized two T-Mobile towers in that area, but it was very brief.
Thank you.
Mr. Kuffner, anything following that and
Just following up on Mr. Dunn's question.
redirect?
That was February 15th that you observed the device to be in the Boulder area?
That's correct.
No further questions, Judge.
Okay. May he be released? Yes, sir.
Judge, redirect or
Recross. I'll allow it. Mr. Dunn, go ahead.
Judge, excuse me, Detective, when you say very brief means that there is nothing that you can actually determine from a very brief encounter with a cell phone tower?
As far as location, again, I can put it in a general area. I can't say that the device was at a specific location within the tower coverage area.
And that means that it could have been driving anywhere sort of within the cell phone tower location.
Yes, it could have been within the coverage area of that tower, anywhere within
Which you
the coverage
described
area.
earlier during your testimony.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. May he be released from the subpoena as well? Is excused.
You can.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you are excused and released from the subpoena. We're going to take our break. Folks, let me remind you, until sir, you may go. Thank you. Until the trial is completed, you must not discuss the case with anyone by any means, including your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss, let me know immediately. Do not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not consult any outside references. Do not do any research. Remember, do not form an opinion or express an opinion on the case until it is submitted to you. This applies until I release you. And I'll have Mr. Collins take you back and bring you back in here at 11. So the jurors have inquired essentially what's the difference between an expert witness and a lay witness. I can tell them that they'll be instructed how to evaluate their testimony at the end of the trial. Is there something else either of you would like me to do? We could fashion something just indicating expertise.
I agree with what the court is proposing, that I think just letting them know they'll get all the instructions and law at the end of the trial.
Okay,
That's fine with people they are.
okay, thank you. You may bring them in. Please be seated. Folks, I know there was an inquiry as to essentially what's the difference between a lay witness and an expert witness. Just know that at the end of the trial, when I instruct you, you will be instructed how to evaluate the testimony of the witnesses and how they've been qualified or not. Okay? All right, thank you. With that, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Aaron Wise to the stand.
Should permission to approach?
Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you. Good morning, sir. If you'll come around to your left. And head around that way if you would. Before you have a seat, I will swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Aaron Wise, W-I-S-E.
How are you currently employed?
I'm currently a sergeant for the Boulder Police Department.
Can you take the jury through your law enforcement experience and background, please?
Sure. I was hired with Boulder Police Department in 2011 as a code enforcement officer. Worked about a year and a half with a limited commission from the city, and then was hired, went through the process, was hired in 2013 to go through the police academy with Boulder PD, and became fully commissioned in 2013. I was on patrol from 2014 to 2018. 2019. Became a detective late 2019, and then was promoted to sergeant in 2021, late 2021.
I just have a few follow-up questions for you. Code enforcement, what is that?
We dealt with nuisance violations throughout the city, just municipal ordinance violations like trash and snow.
And that was before you became a sworn peace officer.
Correct.
And you mentioned going through training to become a police officer. What did that training consist of?
I went through a 6-month academy, and then a 6-week mini academy with Boulder specifically, and then a 16-week field training program before I went a solo officer.
Bless you. The 6-month academy, was that a full-time academy?
It was.
Where was that located?
I went through Adams County at Flat Rock.
And then you mentioned a mini academy with Boulder Police Department specifically.
Correct.
That was 6 weeks?
Yes.
What did that consist of?
There's the Academy at Flat Rock just teaches you general policing tactics and practices. The 6-week academy within Boulder PD itself is more geared towards how we police in Boulder, particular municipal ordinances that we enforce, along with defense tactics and driving, just to make sure that everything that we are doing in Boulder is from the academy is consistent with what we do in Boulder.
You mentioned that you're currently a sergeant.
Correct.
What area do you currently supervise within the police department?
I'm currently a sergeant on patrol.
And what does that mean on a daily basis for you?
So I manage anywhere from 8 to 15 officers. I currently work Watch 2, which is 2 p.m. to midnight. And I work Saturday through Tuesday, and we respond to 911 calls. I help manage the street. I help prioritize our call load, what calls we're responding to. I approve reports at the end of the night and making sure that all practices, common police practices are followed.
Okay. You're the first member of the Boulder Police Department to testify at this trial. So I'm going to ask you a few questions just so the jury has the foundation for other officers and detectives testifying after you, okay?
Sure.
You mentioned Watch 2. Can you just talk to us about how the schedule is set up for Boulder PD and what that means in terms of hours, please?
Yes, for patrol, we have 3 watches. We have Watch 1, Watch 2, and Watch 3. Watch 1 is 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Watch 2 is 2 p.m. to midnight, and Watch 3 is 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. So there is a little bit of overlap, but for our patrol, we have 3 basic shifts. We have some nuanced shifts where we have officers on the mall and traffic officers, but our watch 1, 2, and 3 all are the ones responding to your 911 calls.
So any calls for service 911 calls, the officers on duty at that point are assigned to those or responding to those. When did you become a sergeant?
Late 2021. I was promoted in November of 2021.
And prior to that, you'd been in detectives.
Correct.
So we're going to talk about that for a couple of minutes, okay?
Okay.
When did you first become a detective at Boulder PD?
Late 2019 into early 2020.
What were your duties and responsibilities as a detective?
I was assigned to general detectives, so I mainly dealt with property crime. Anytime a critical incident or a major crime would happen, it's kind of all hands on deck. Every detective does something along with the case, whether that is writing a warrant or helping canvass. They're usually involved in some type of investigation when it's big enough to get all detectives involved. And then at some point, it was beginning of 2020, after I had been a detective for a few months, I also started to help our intelligence detective, Detective Ed Burke. He was our full-time intelligence detective, and I helped him part-time with some of the things that he could not handle.
And as a detective working in the intelligence unit, what did that involve?
Detective Burke had a very large caseload with his intelligence assignment. So I mainly helped him with firearms denials, researching those, and putting out officer safety bulletins and managing crime patterns and working a little bit with our plainclothes units to push out officer safety and BOLOs throughout the region.
Couple of questions just to clarify.
Sure.
What's a BOLO?
Be on the lookout.
What does that mean?
So it would be if we are looking for a particular person or a particular vehicle, we would release and disseminate that information to local law enforcement agencies that we are looking for this particular person or this particular vehicle associated with crimes that occurred in Boulder.
And that was part of your responsibility as a detective working in the intelligence unit.
Correct.
Okay. And then you mentioned another term, firearm rejections.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So anytime someone who goes to purchase a firearm within our jurisdiction and they are denied, a teletype is automatically sent to our agency, and it is our responsibility to follow up on those denials, whether they're denied because of a particular protection order, they're convicted felon, or there's some type of documented mental health issue that meets the state standard to deny them purchasing a firearm.
So documented mental health issue, convicted felon, or protection order.
Correct.
We're going to switch gears now and start to talk about the mass murder that took place at King Soopers on March 22nd, 2021. Did you later become involved in the investigation into this case?
I did.
Okay. And to be clear, on March 22nd, 2021, where were you?
I was actually out of state visiting my father.
What'd you do after you heard about the mass shooting?
So I'm also a member of our SWAT team. So on the day that it happened, I received the SWAT page. And at that point in time, I could pull up our CAD remotely on our phone. So at first I thought it was a training page. And after scrolling through CAD, I realized that this was actually something that was occurring at this point in time. I immediately reached out to my sergeant at the time, who's commander now, Brandon Wynn. He was a sergeant in detectives, and asked if he would like for me to fly home to assist in the investigation.
What was his response?
His response was, no, get your rest, enjoy your time off, because when I got back, there would be plenty of people who would need some relief.
In terms of the work that was being done?
Correct.
You mentioned you had been a member of SWAT at the time. When did you first become a member of SWAT?
I got on the SWAT team in 2016.
And after being selected for SWAT, what was the training that was involved?
I went through a SWAT school down in Douglas County. It is advanced tactics, advanced firearms training, and we get certified in several different things. I specifically was certified in breaching, and still certified in breaching, along with chemical munitions.
You mentioned getting a SWAT page.
Correct.
Can you just explain to the jury what you mean by a SWAT page?
Being a member of the SWAT team, it is a collateral duty for us. So we're on call 24/7. So I have an application on my phone that whenever we have something that rises to the level of SWAT responding, the SWAT commander sends out a page to the entire team to respond.
And you get that over your cell phone?
I do.
So it's not actually old school pager style anymore?
Correct. Not anymore.
Okay. And you mentioned scrolling through the CAD. This is the first time the jury's heard about a CAD. Yep. Can you just explain to the jury what you mean by CAD and what you were able to see on it?
Yes. So CAD is our computer aided dispatch. We can pull up, we used to be able to remotely pull up the calls that were currently happening on the screen within our jurisdiction. So when I got the page, I was able to pull up that particular call at King Soopers and scroll through the CAD notes. And notes are entered by dispatch as the call is evolving, and as they're getting 911 reports, those notes are typed in line by line, as clear and concise as possible. But as you can imagine, on any big call, it was pages and pages of notes that I had to scroll through.
And I'm not going to ask you to get into what you were actually able to read, but just so the jury has an understanding of how this works. Someone calls 911 and the dispatcher's typing in as they're taking the call, the information.
Correct.
And then that's being communicated out over the CAD.
Correct.
And that's read by law enforcement, police officers, SWAT members, and so on.
Yes.
So even though you were visiting your father out of state, you're able to follow all the steps that are taking place at and around King Soopers.
Yes.
Okay. When you returned to Boulder, were you immediately assigned to assist in this investigation?
I was.
And did that begin on March 30th of 2021?
Yes, it was actually on the 29th. I helped with some minor things around the office. I had not been officially assigned to any type of investigation yet. I was officially assigned an investigation on the morning of the 30th, correct?
So with regards to that, what were you assigned to help with?
The route, specifically starting just south of city limits, we were aware that other investigators were working on the route of the shooter from Arvada, and Detective Burke and I were doubled up together and assigned to the route starting at Highway 93 and Highway 170, which is the first major intersection south of Broadway and Chambers in the city. and Highway 93 eventually turns into Broadway coming into the city.
So other investigators are looking at from Arvada to that point, and you and Detective Burke are assigned from that point into and including King Supers.
Correct.
What vehicle were you looking for specifically?
We were looking for a 2017 Mercedes, dark in color with chrome trim around the windows.
So just tell the jury what you started doing in connection with trying to track the route of the shooter.
So the main thing we were looking for is any traffic cameras or surveillance cameras or security cameras attached to businesses or homes that could see any major intersections or Highway 93 or Table Mesa. So the first place that we looked at that intersection of Highway 93 and Highway 170 was there's an El Dorado Market off El Dorado Springs Drive that is right at that intersection. So that was the first place we responded to see if their security cameras captured that intersection.
Did those cameras or any cameras in that area capture anything relevant to this case?
El Dorado Market, no, but there's a business plaza just to the north of that, which is the Mesa Office Commons. They had an exterior camera that did capture that particular intersection.
And were you able to get and view the camera recording relevant to this case?
Yes, I was. I made contact with an employee there who had access to their systems. I had originally asked him for a half-hour time frame starting at 2 p.m. To 2:30, and he was able to provide me with a thumb drive of those of that time frame of that particular intersection.
What happened next?
So I went to go view that camera footage and watch the entire 30 minutes, and with investigators being very adamant that Highway 93 was taken. I did not see that vehicle. And something that happens on a regular basis when we conduct investigations and we contact businesses for their security footage is you notice that the timestamp is inaccurate compared to real time. So I contacted that same employee after viewing the full 30 minutes. And I asked him over the phone if he could pull up his system and tell me the timestamp on his system compared to real time on his phone that's set automatically. And we discovered that there was a 30-minute delay. So the timestamp was 30 minutes off compared to real time. So for example, if I asked for 2 to 2:30 in that time frame, I was actually viewing 2:30 to 3. So I asked him for a new set of a new video given the new time frame. So I received an email from him with the video. It was approximately 40 minutes. So on his timestamp, it was 13:25 or 1:25 in the afternoon to 2:05 in the afternoon. So in real time, what I was actually now viewing is 1:55 in the afternoon to 2:35 in the afternoon.
I appreciate you walking us through that. And as you said, this comes up in a lot of investigations.
It does.
Where you're trying to figure out if the time on someone's device is actually the real time.
Correct.
Okay. So now you have the time range that you were looking for. What did you see in looking at that recording?
So as Detective Burke and I were reviewing the video at approximately 2:09 in the afternoon, real time, we noticed a dark sedan with chrome trim around the windows, consistent with a 2017 Mercedes, pull up to the red light and stop at the red light. And they were in the number 1 lane through lane, which is the furthest west lane to go through that intersection. And it stopped at the red light.
And was that car consistent with the shooter's car?
Yes, it was.
And when you say number 1 lane, is that a law enforcement way of describing a lane of travel?
It is.
Can you just tell the jury what that actually means?
Yeah. So from a median from left to right, or from as you're driving from left to right, the left lane is number 1, the middle lane would be number 2, the right lane would be number 3. And then you can designate it number 1 turn lane, number 1 through lane, number 2, number 3 turn lane if you happen to turn right.
And you said the shooter's car came to a stop at a red light.
Correct, at the number 1 through lane.
Was it the first in line at the red light?
It was
How long did it stay stopped for?
approximately 46 seconds.
Until what happened?
The light turned green and the car proceeded through the intersection.
What else did you check along the way from that point forward?
So once we were confident that this was the vehicle that we were looking for, we know that there's a couple of trailheads that are between that particular intersection and King Soopers. And each one of those trailheads is managed by either the County Sheriff's Department or OSMP Rangers, the Open Space Mountain Parks Rangers. And all of those parking lots have game cameras to monitor the parking lot. So we went to less than a handful of those trailheads and pulled the SD cards from those game cameras to see if there was a possibility along the way that this car pulled into one of those trailheads and stopped.
And based on your review, did it appear that the shooter's car pulled into any of the trailheads along the way?
No, we did not find the vehicle in any of those trailheads.
So if the shooter's car didn't pull into the trailheads, what did that represent or signify to you?
That suggests to us that he proceeded northbound on Highway 93 until it turned into Broadway, and at some point in the city made his way onto Table Mesa.
Did you then shortly thereafter learn from the Boulder Public Library located at 3595 Table Mesa that they have a camera on their roof?
Yes, I did.
And who actually operates or owns that camera?
The City of Boulder Water Department.
Were you able to obtain and look at that video in connection with this investigation?
I did.
What did you see on that video recording of relevance to this mass shooting?
So approximately 2:16, we noticed the vehicle was westbound on Table Mesa and leaves the camera view for a split second, and then you see the same vehicle now southbound on Gillespie.
So 2:16 p.m., the shooter's vehicle comes into view,
Correct.
traveling what direction?
Westbound.
So where in relation to Broadway would that car be at that point?
So it's a left turn from Broadway, so west of Broadway.
And then you mentioned it was next seen on another street.
Correct.
Can you just give the jury the layout there of what you're looking at?
Yep, Gillespie is the first intersection west of Broadway, and King Soopers is at 3600 Table Mesa. Major intersection is Broadway, Table Mesa, and it just to the west of that is Gillespie Drive.
So the car goes by at 2:16 p.m. Do you see it coming back into view from that camera angle?
Yes, at approximately 2:23 in the afternoon, the car is seen on the camera traveling now northbound on Gillespie, leaves the frame for a matter of seconds, and then is eastbound on Table Mesa, turning into the King Soopers parking lot.
So on this recording, you can see the shooter car drive by King Soopers and then return to King Soopers.
Correct.
And that's 2:16 going by it and 2:23 coming back into view.
Correct.
So what did you start working on then with that information?
So with that information, we realized we had about a 6 to 7 minute time gap from the shooter's car going on Table Mesa to Gillespie and then actually pulling into the King Soopers parking lot. So that led us to believe that there's a possibility that the shooter was somewhere in the neighborhood south of King Soopers for a matter of 6 to 7 minutes.
So with regards to that 6 or 7 minute time period, what did you and other investigators begin to do?
So we began to canvass the area. I got with our public information officer for the police department, Dion Wah, to get the PD signed up for an application called Ring Neighbors. Would you like for me to explain what Ring Neighbors is?
I'm gonna ask you that,
Okay.
but the court reporter gave me a look that signaled to me I should spell WA for her, and
Okay.
it's WAUGH. Is that
Okay.
right?
Yes,
Okay. So you mentioned ring neighbors.
yes,
And I'm just going to ask you to slow down a little bit if you can,
sure.
and just walk the jury through what ring neighbors means and how it became relevant to the investigation you were helping with.
Okay. So the company Ring, which provides doorbell cameras and security cameras, they have a program called Ring Neighbors. Anyone who has any type of security camera can also sign up, and it doesn't have to be a Ring camera, can also sign up for the application of Ring Neighbors. And what that does is it allows public safety entities, sheriff's departments, municipalities to push out information to a particular geographical area and notify citizens of weather coming in, police activity, any criminal activity. Also, it allows those public safety entities to choose a particular geographic area and send out a request for videos in the area, and it will automatically send an email to anyone who is subscribed for Ring Neighbors that lives within that geographical area. What it will also do is advise any of those citizens that they have movement on their camera during this requested time by whatever public safety entity sends that out. And it gives them the option to voluntarily send that video back to the requester.
So I'm going to break that down a little bit, particularly if people don't have the Ring system on their house.
Yes,
So an individual has to subscribe to Ring Neighbors to be a part of this whole thing you just
Yes.
described. And if they've subscribed, then they get a notification from, in this case, for example, the Boulder Police Department that
Yes.
sorry,
sorry.
that you're seeking information related to an incident.
Yes,
The homeowner then has a notification from Ring saying they may have something on their recording, at least in time, connected to what the police communication has sought.
yes,
So in other words, let's assume I have a Ring camera system, the police can't just go on to my Ring camera system and start taking stuff out.
correct.
So they have to go through this whole notification process.
Yes.
And through this process, did you begin to receive a lot of responses from community members in the Table Mesa area?
We didn't get a lot of responses, but we got a few. On the first day that we sent out, the PIO sent out the first request. And later that night, we got a response from a citizen who lives on Armour Avenue. And they sent us the video and said that they believe that a vehicle consistent with what we sent out in the request was passing by at approximately 2:17 in the afternoon.
Okay. And did you in the coming days continue to get notifications from community members?
Yeah, so we ended up canvassing after we got that initial response. We canvassed the entire neighborhood south of King Soopers. About midday, I sent out another request because we only got one response, and within several hours later on in the day, I got another response from a citizen who lives on Darley Avenue, saying that sending me a video that was cut up into two different videos, that particular vehicle was traveling westbound on Darley and stopped across the street in front of 4035 Darley.
And I'm going to take you through what videos you ended up obtaining in connection with the investigation.
Okay.
But you mentioned the canvas.
Yes.
What did the canvas involve?
So there was a team of Boulder police investigators, CU police, and FBI. We literally dropped people off, including myself, and we went door to door, knocking on everyone's door that we possibly could to see if they had any type of security camera. There was always a possibility that just because they have a security camera or a doorbell camera that they are not subscribed to Ring Neighbors. So we went door to door, and anyone that was willing to answer the door and talk to us, we asked if they had any videos associated or during that particular time frame from the 22nd.
And just to move us forward, did you do this canvas on other days as well and hitting every house that you had not already connected with someone at?
Yes, we hit some houses more than once. Later on in the investigation, we did a recanvass, a more thorough canvas, and expanded our search just by a street or two. And nothing came out of that canvas.
And did you also go to stores and businesses in the area and canvass all of those as well?
Yeah, yes, we did.
Did you keep track of all the houses and all the stores and businesses that you visited?
We did.
I'm going to start to focus you on some where you actually found video relevant to this investigation. Okay.
Okay.
So you mentioned that the suspect vehicle, the shooter's car, could be seen going at 216 past the city's camera
Correct.
and then turning and moving into the neighborhood.
Yes.
What is the next time that the suspect's car can be seen on camera?
217.
And is that passing 3805 Armour Avenue?
Correct.
And after that, does another camera on Armour Avenue pick up the shooter's vehicle at approximately 2:21 p.m.?
Yes.
And what direction, if you recall, was the car traveling in that one?
I'm sorry. Did you say 221 on Armour or Darley?
I'm sorry. We'll do Darley first. Go ahead.
Okay. So on 221, the vehicle was westbound on Darley.
And what is seen in that video recording from Darley at approximately 2:21 p.m.?
The vehicle stops up at a house across the street from the home that had the surveillance.
And by stops, what do you mean?
It comes to a complete stop and stays there for approximately 1 minute.
In front of this particular house?
Correct.
And is that 4035 Darley?
Yes, it is.
And where does the car next go based on what you could see on the video cameras provided?
It continues to travel westbound.
And at 2:23 p.m., do you see the car go past another location?
Yes.
And what location was that?
That is Community Montessori School.
And where is the car driving on the Community Montessori School video?
It is northbound on Gillespie.
And from there, where?
I believe that it is picked up by the senior center at 223 as well. And then continues eastbound on Table Mesa, where it is also picked up by the library, the camera that's on the library as well.
And 2:23 p.m. for the senior center.
Correct.
And then where does the car go from there, Sergeant?
It turns into the King Soopers parking lot and parks next to a white van.
In a parking spot.
Correct.
How long did the shooter remain in the car for in the King Soopers parking lot?
Approximately 5 minutes.
And on the video you were watching, were you able to see the shooter get out of the car?
Yes.
And what did you see happen then?
He gets out of the car and engages the first suspect.
So
Shoots the first suspect.
two things. That's okay.
First victim, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So that was one of the two things. You said first suspect, you mean the first victim.
Correct.
You said engages. That's
Yes.
a law enforcement term. What do you mean by engage?
Shoots the first victim
And where was the first victim?
in that white van.
Your Honor, I have nothing further of Sergeant Wise. Thank you.
I have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you may be excused and released from the subpoena.
No objection.
All right, thank you, sir.
Your Honor, people call Sarah Moonshadow to the stand.
Thank you.
Just so I can keep track, she's named as a victim in counts 23 and 24.
Good morning. If you'll make your way to your left, please. And then come on, just around the table and over to that screen and then around. Thank you. Face me, raise your right hand before you're seated. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to get settled. If you need a cup of water, you can take some water, okay? If you need tissues at any point, those are to your right.
Okay.
Okay. And that microphone in front of you allows everybody in the courtroom to hear you. So I'm the only one right now who's going to be asking you questions.
Okay.
But in order for everybody to hear you, you could speak into the mic. That'd be great.
Okay.
Okay. What's your name?
It's Moon Shadow. I go by Sarah.
Okay. So you go by Sarah Moonshadow.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you spell your last name?
Moonshadow.
And when you say your name is Moonshadow, your actual birth name is Moonshadow.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions about your background just to get you settled in and so the jury gets to know you a little bit better before we talk about what happened at King Soopers, okay?
Okay.
How old are you, ma'am?
I'm 45.
Are you currently employed?
Yes and no. I'm employed and currently don't have any caseload. So
let's talk about that. What do you do for work generally?
I'm in home health care
How long have you been in home health care for?
my whole life since I was 19.
And do you have kids?
I do.
How many kids do you have?
3 boys and a girl.
What are their names?
Nicholas, Joseph, Ash, and Shiloh.
What's Nicholas's last name?
Edwards.
Nicholas Edwards.
Yeah, after his grandmother.
How old is Nicholas approximately?
He's 25.
Where are you currently living? What neighborhood or area?
In South Boulder.
And with whom do you live currently?
Right now, I'm looking for places, so it's kind of a bouncing around thing, mostly just because it's when I feel most secure.
And the work you do in home health care, what does that involve?
I travel to people's houses and I was primary in spinal and head trauma in Denver, but in Boulder, it's mostly elder care, dementia, and things of that nature.
So what does that mean in terms of the work you do? Like you show up at someone's house and what do you do?
Life Auxiliary, I basically make sure that they're, happy and healthy. And if there's any issues that I see, I make note of it, kind of head off hospital stays and hospice care and, make life, fun.
And you've been doing that work since you were 19 years old?
Yeah,
Do you recall March 22nd, 2021?
I do.
What were you doing that day before you went to King Soopers?
We were around the corner at the laundry mat and I was getting ready for work. I had a client that was local in the area, so I was scrambling to try to make sure that I was prepared because it was my second day back after fracturing my pelvis. And just being a normal, everyday, single mom getting the thing done,
Who were you with at that point?
I was with my son. I was scrambling to try to get the laundry done before I got to work and had to run back to my house. And so I told Nicholas that I needed to stop by the store to make sure I had gas money and everything ready for work. And I mean, we weren't even, it was kind of just like a, spontaneous stop in like that. I was more worried that it was going to run me late. I didn't think that it was going to turn as crazy as it did, going to the store every day. Like, it's usually pretty boring.
Can I ask you some other questions about what you just shared?
Mm-hmm.
What laundromat were you at? Where was the laundromat located?
It was just around the back of the building on the left side of the store. Um,
The left side of King Supers.
mhm.
And you were there with Nicholas.
Yes, I was.
And the two of you, I assume, were doing your laundry.
Yeah, yeah. I was in a hurry, so I decided I would use the facility instead of our neighborhood laundry because it was just too much hassle. um,
And you mentioned you went in the store, I think you said every day. Were you referring to King Supers?
yeah.
How often were you going to King Supers during that time period? Was it every day or?
I mean, most of everything I needed to do was in that shopping plex, my bank, and, everything was, and I was like within walking distance, for like maybe 3 or 4 blocks. So there was pretty much every day that I was in the complex there.
And did you go into King Supers around 2:20 that afternoon?
I did. I went in to buy strawberries and some tea to snack on and grab some money for work and gas.
And what was going on at the laundromat while you went to King Supers?
Nothing. It was pretty empty. I think maybe there was a couple of people there, but I was more or less distracted with the kids, being kids and trying to juggle that with, work and, basic normal stuff.
Okay. Were your other kids with you at the laundromat?
My daughter had been, I had just dropped her off before we went to the grocery store. We had to go back because, one of them had forgotten laundry pods and I was kind of getting exhausted with the squabbling. So when my daughter opted to not go with us, I was kind of relieved. And so I walked away. And
How old your daughter?
she's 16 now.
So 2021, she's around 13.
Yeah, she was,
Okay.
just becoming a teenager and going through the hormones and
Okay. Who went to King Supers with you at around 2:20 that afternoon?
Nicholas did.
How old is Nicholas now?
He's 25.
So at the time, roughly 22 or so.
Mm-hmm.
And when you got inside King Supers, what did you and Nicholas do?
We immediately went to the fruit section, grabbed some strawberries, and then grabbed some tea because I was in a rush. I was getting really close to having to be at work and just kind of relieved that it wasn't too far. Like everything was still really close. I basically set everything up to where I was always within the area of my daughter's school, and that way I could get between her school and work easily without leaving anybody hanging for too long.
Okay. So you grabbed the strawberries, the tea. Tell the jury what happened next.
We went over to the self-checkout, and I was checking out my stuff, and right as we were about done, I started hearing something that I guess I just couldn't even wrap my brain around it. That I knew what I was hearing, I just couldn't process that I was hearing it until I looked over at my son, and he just looked like my little baby boy, scared and confused. And he said, "That's a gun." And I said, I know, get down.
Can I ask you a couple of questions about
Yeah.
that? You said you knew what the sound was.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
It was loud popping from a firearm, not a handgun, because it was too loud and sounded like the rifles. We would always hear when we were living up on the mountaintop, and I had to teach my kids to keep themselves and dogs safe by identifying distance and platforms so they wouldn't be in the way of anything that might be stray.
You say stray, you mean straight bullets being fired?
Yeah, because we were near the national park where people were allowed to hunt, and so I mean, sometimes people are using, high powered, stuff and they're having fun or whatever. So it's important to be aware of your surroundings and keep your distance, and so I always taught my kids, how to, stand there and identify, the best they can so that they don't find themselves in the way of anything, that's a problem. And
Sure. And you say identify, what do you mean by identify?
um basically I taught my kids like kind of like when you're counting how far away lightning is, you can kind of gauge the echo off the mountain, like where somebody is. And so basically it's distance and rapid fire, like what kind of platform they might be using and how far that bullet might travel.
Are you familiar with guns yourself?
I'm a layman, like nothing. I mean, I had most of my family was in the military and stuff, and so my uncles, would tell me things, and I have my own firearms. Typically, I mean, I left mine, like, which was not normal for me, but that day I was just in a hurry and frustrated, and I looked at it 3 times in my bag, like, and just left it there.
So can I ask you a couple questions about that?
Yeah.
In March of 2021, you owned a firearm?
Yeah, I had a 380.
And a 380, for members of the jury who may not know, what kind of gun is that? What size is it?
It's fairly small. It's similar to a 9mm, but it's just a smaller caliber, more for basically it's a woman's gun. Yeah, lightweight and very little recoil, so it's not going to kick and jump out of your hand or anything difficult. It's a typical carry for a woman in her bag and
And you left the gun where that day?
in my purse. I had a concealed carry purse, and I keep it locked in there, and just never really thought that I would need it. It was more or less like when I was out late, in different neighborhoods that I'm not familiar with clients and stuff, I'd have to walk to my car by myself. And so it was more or less just to make sure that I was safe. I never really thought that I would ever be in any position where it would ever be necessary.
Where'd you leave the purse that day?
In my room.
So from your experience with guns, when you hear gunshots, are you often able to distinguish between handguns and long arms or rifles?
I mean, not like, expert or anything, but like I can identify, this racking of of a firearm and the amount of seconds between shots generally, have a basic idea of what's going on there,
When you first heard the shots at King Supers, what were your thoughts? What'd you think?
I was shocked. I heard them outside, and they were first kind of like on the exterior of the building, like in the area that we were, and traveling eastward.
So were you at the west checkout?
We were supposed to be at the east end because that's where I was parked, but I don't know. I felt like, I'll just stay where I am, even though I turned to Nick and I said, we should be over there because I'm parked over there. And then I was like, never mind, doesn't even matter. Just kind of being typically indecisive.
So instead of the east checkout, you were on the west checkout side.
Mm-hmm.
And you were saying you hear the shots outside moving from west to east.
Uh-huh.
What's the very next thing that happened?
They got louder and then they were inside the store. And I could hear people falling. I just, I couldn't even believe I was hearing it. And I just reminded Nicholas, you know, he was scared and wanted to run down the aisle. And I said, no, it's too long. We won't get to the end. And I'm listening to everything going on the East End. And I decide I'm going to look to see exactly where he's at. And then Nicholas is shaking his head at me because he's afraid. And we saw each other, and immediately he made it to our area like pretty quick. And it was just noise that, I don't know, I think at that point I was just moving and not thinking about anything else other than we need to keep moving unpredictably so that we're not traveling in a straight line and, you know, being led. I wasn't sure how experienced he was in like hunting or anything like that. So, you know, I didn't want him leading us and ending up on the ground, you know.
So can I back you up a little bit?
Yeah.
When the shooter came in the store, where were you, Ms. Moonshadow?
We were at the very first kiosk of the self-checkout. And my son was down on his hands and knees. And
After
we heard the gunfire outside, and then at the end of the store, as soon as we heard all the noise and commotion, he immediately got down and I ducked down, and he wanted to run to the right of us. And I said, there's not enough time. And he's staring up at me. He's like, what do we do? And I said, I'm going to look. And then when I realized how close we were to him, like, I just said, go, go.
When you say how close you were, you mean how close you were to the shooter?
Yeah. He had already cleared the East End and was moving in our direction.
How fast was he moving?
Faster than I thought.
What do you mean?
I didn't realize that he was very, very close behind us by the time we got to the door. And we were running. And somebody had fallen in front of my son and was injured, and my son just screamed, "Mom!" and we made it outside, but instantly I saw somebody on the ground and started running for him, and my son pulled me back and started running with me, and I just started screaming, and I was screaming, "Where's Beefy? Where's my car? I have to help somebody!" And my son dragged me to the other side of the street. I think I started to pee my pants, screaming, "Oh my God, what is happening?" And then officers started running towards us, screaming, "Keep going, get behind the buildings."
If it's okay, I'm going to ask you a few questions so the jury understands how this is all happening, okay?
Yeah.
When you and Nicholas first hear the shots and you go down, did you continue to hear shots after that?
Absolutely.
And you say absolutely. What were you hearing?
I was hearing gunfire and bodies dropping.
Bless you.
I heard a couple of people like making noise. I just can't even describe. Like they wanted to say no or something, but there wasn't. It was all pretty quick.
And some of these people physically, where they were located close to you?
They were at the other end and within the checkout aisles. Well, it was like 1 minute there was, normal activity, people around us. And then all of a sudden, there was nobody. It was just me and Nicholas.
How'd you get out of the store, Ms. Moonshadow?
I stood up a little ways and looked between the kiosks, and we made eye contact. And I thought I was looking at somebody who was just as confused and surprised as me. He looked sweaty and almost like just disconnected.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
Just like again, chaos, just like completely like a deer in headlights kind of thing. Like, I mean, that was just kind of how I perceived it. Like, I figured he probably had the same look on his face that I had on mine. And so I started praying for him because I didn't know. I think that at that point, my mind was just in a place where I was reactive and
Sorry.
oh no,
Where was Nicholas at that point?
he was still crouched down and watching me. He, like I said, he wanted to run down the aisle, and I kept telling him no. And he just looked like my little baby again when he was scared, and I would take care of him, and he's just so small and innocent, and I just couldn't let that be the last look I saw on his face. And so I told him to stay down and don't look, just go.
How close was the shooter to you at that point, approximately?
He was just feet behind us on the other side of the kiosk and lane of checkout.
Could you see the shooter?
Mhm. I did. We made eye contact.
And what was the shooter doing when you made eye contact?
He was raising his firearm in my direction, and I realized, like after the fact, that he wasn't wearing a t-shirt. It looked like a flak jacket or something he was wearing. But I think at that point, I was still just not processing that he was the person firing on us. He wasn't another random shocked person.
Were there other, you described one, were there other random shocked people in the area?
A lady that we were running towards that was at the doors on the east end or west end. She lived in the neighborhood. She had slipped and fallen and broke her back.
Judge, non-responsive, foundation?
Sustained. Do you want it stricken?
Yes.
Instructed to disregard that last statement.
Had the other shoppers and staff at King Soopers appear to you that you could see in the area there at that point?
Judge 401, 403.
Overruled. I think it's relevant for
Cumulative as well.
in terms of cumulative. I don't know that we have that information as to that point in time overruled.
You can answer, Ms. Musha.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure, thank you. You mentioned people looking confused, people looking scared, and I'm asking you, the people at that moment in time that were around you, how did they appear to you?
Like I said, it seemed as though like, I mean, we had somebody that worked at the store that was helping us, and then all of a sudden it was like he wasn't there. Like everything happened so fast. It was like I just was hyper focused on my son and listening to everything so I could stay down and give him direction.
What were you listening for?
I was listening for platform. I figured if I can hear him racking for another round, and how long it would take, I would know if he was having to reload or what we were listening or dealing with, what we were going to have to outrun. And I knew it had to have been an AR platform because of just the weight of racking it and how fast, and there wasn't a lot of time. Like I'm not sure exactly how we made it out of there.
And you mentioned you saw the shooter lifting up the rifle.
Mhm.
What exactly did you see?
He was looking right at me, and he was trying to raise the end of his rifle up. There was the platform where you put your wallet so you can scan and stuff, and it looked to me as though he might have bumped it and had to adjust. And so I looked at Nicholas and I said, "Go." And he said, "No." And I said, "Go now."
What doors did you and Nicholas go out of?
We went out the west end doors, the primary double doors there.
And you started to hit on this, but I want to ask you a couple questions about what you saw outside, okay?
Yeah.
What did you first see when you ran outside, Ms. Moonshadow?
I don't even, I think I was just running, and at first I didn't see anything except for a person that was just outside the doors. She had slipped and fallen. And then to my right, right in the middle of the entry road there, somebody was laying in the middle of the street. And instantly I was just running for him. And my son was screaming, "Mom, Mom." And then as I got closer, he grabbed me around my waist and started to drag me and try to carry me.
Your son did?
Yeah. And I pulled away and I ran across those stones there on the median and said, "Oh my God, where's the car?" Like I couldn't, my mind was going so fast, I couldn't even remember where I had parked. And Nicholas just kept grabbing me and pulling me. And then I see a person on the ramp of the store, and she was down too. And so I started trying to run in that direction, and Nicholas said, "No, we have to go. We have to run." And I said, oh my God, what's happening?" And I just started kind of breaking down at that point, like,
Where'd you and Nicholas go from there?
He pulled me over to, there's a Boulder for the apartment buildings that are just across the street. We were running towards that, and that's when Officer Tally was pulling in and we made eye contact and I jetted for his car to try to throw myself on the hood of his car. And then Nicholas again grabbed a hold of me and pulled me behind the rock. And when he started to try to look around it, that's when an officer was already running for us and screaming, go, go, get behind the buildings. And there was a lot of rapid gunfire at that point.
Where'd you go from there?
We kept running into the neighborhood that I was supposed to be working in. And I had considered taking my son there, but then I was afraid that I would put her in jeopardy. So we ran to the very center of the neighborhood where there was some like iron fencing. And then I just like grabbed a hold of it and just started sobbing. And Nicholas, he sat down and just couldn't even, he was in shock. He wasn't quite like crying or anything, but he couldn't process it.
At some point, did you return to pick up your car?
Yeah. There were neighbors that had come out and they were, I think they were watching it live streamed. And so they asked us if we needed any help, if we, needed.
Responsive.
Sustained.
Where'd you go after speaking with those people?
We walked back around the other side of one of the apartment buildings towards the very end, like where Chase Bank is just directly across the street. It seemed like that would be far enough away. I was worried about Rollo. He was trapped there. We were the very first car right in front of the ramp where, he saw everybody dying, and he's everything to me. So I couldn't leave without him.
Your dog was still in the car at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to move you forward from here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll ask you a couple questions just about the car, and then I'm going to circle back to one last thing about King Soopers.
Okay.
Okay. Were you able to communicate to law enforcement that it was your dog in the car?
We were right across the street. I was online, basically watching it being reported, and
Non-responsive. Yep. Let me stop you there just a minute. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Re-ask the question.
That's my fault. I need to.
Okay.
No, it's okay. If I ask you a question asking for one particular thing, I'm going to ask you just to try to answer that one thing if you can.
Okay.
I know this is a lot. I know that's a lot.
Yeah.
But so at some point, did you communicate to law enforcement that your dog was still in the car?
Yes, there was officers that were crouched down beside and behind my car. And then shortly after, my car was surrounded and they were screaming at my Rollo to put his hands up and get out of the car. And I started screaming, "That's my beefy. Don't hurt him, please." And my son had to basically rush me out of the way because I was getting run after because I was running for my car and back into.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Mhm.
Did you realize that the police thought the movement in the car was possibly a person?
Yeah,
Calls for speculation.
he was wearing a t-shirt that.
Hold on.
Holly-
just- Can you rephrase the question? I
Mm.
see.
Sure. Did you come to learn, and you can answer this with a yes or no if the answer is a yes or no. Did you come to learn that the police thought Rollo was actually a person in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And Your dog was wearing a shirt at the time.
He was, yeah, he barely had any fuzz. He was a big baby, and I always dressed him up in hoodies and stuff. He was my big boy.
Do you recall? And your dog was okay at the end of that day, right?
He was traumatized and
So
medicated after
me-
that.
There's an objection.
Objection.
So when there's an objection, everyone's got to stop talking. Mr.
I'm gonna, if the court's okay with it, I can just ask you some yes or no questions to move us
Okay.
forward, okay?
Yeah,
You have an,
I'm just gonna state the objection first, 401, 403, non-responsive.
Your dog wasn't physically harmed by the police that day, right?
Edge,
no.
401,
what's
403.
the relevance?
I just don't want the jury to be left with the wrong impression of what happens with the police and the dog. It's a really, I don't want to minimize the importance of it, but it's just a fairly simple question about was the dog physically hurt?
Okay,
Or
just
killed
ask
by
that
the
question.
police.
It's yes or no.
Was your dog physically hurt by the police that day?
No,
Okay. Thank you. Did you come back to Chase Bank to pick up your car on March 25th, a few days later?
yes,
And then you were interviewed on that day by the police
yes.
and by a district attorney investigator as well?
Mhm.
You have to answer yes or no.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm not going to ask you to watch the video from March 22nd, but I am going to ask you to look at a photograph, if that's okay.
okay.
Your Honor, can I approach with what's been marked as People's 19 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that photograph, Ms. Moonshadow?
Yeah, I do.
And have you seen that photograph before?
When you showed it to me,
And that was before trial?
yes,
Okay. Does that photo fairly and accurately depict what was going on in King Supers when you and Nicholas started to run?
yeah,
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move People's 19 into evidence, please.
No objection.
Submitted.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
What that means, ma'am, is that you'll see the photograph now on the screen next to you. And it's also on the screen behind you so the jury can see it, okay? This is the first time the jury's seeing this particular photograph. So can you just walk the jury through who's in this photograph and what's happening at this moment in time?
me and my son. My son is hunkered down. I didn't realize that he had hesitated. He was really scared and
Judge, I'd ask that the witness just describe in descriptive terms what she's seen on the exhibit.
Sustained.
um,
She was expressing what he was feeling.
he was afraid to
No,
listen to.
no.
Judge,
Re-ask the question, please.
Ms. Moonshadow, when I ask you
Yes.
questions about this photograph,
It's me.
no.
Okay.
Yes. So
Yes, okay.
Don't tell us what other people were thinking or feeling. Just tell us what we're looking at in the photograph if you can. So what do we see in this photograph here? Where are you?
I'm turning to run. My son is hunkered down and Alisa is making his way toward us in the top corner there.
So you're referencing the top left-hand corner where the white circle's around
I
there?
am.
Which person are you in the photograph, Ms. Machado?
I'm the one on the far right.
And what are you holding in your hands, if anything?
Strawberries.
And what direction are you heading at that point in time?
I'm moving towards the primary entrance.
On the west side?
Yes,
Where is Nicholas in that photograph?
he's behind me.
And how is he positioned when you look at that photograph? In other words, where
He's,
is,
he's on his hands and knees.
and he's wearing, it looks like a brown coat.
Yes,
Are you both wearing masks at this point in time?
yes, we are.
Did you know the person who was behind Nicholas on the ground?
No, No, I hadn't even realized that there was a person there. I was aware of the kid that was helping, monitor.
Sustained. Re-ask the question, please.
I think you've answered the question I asked.
Yeah.
Okay.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for being here. I don't have any other questions at this point, okay?
Thank you.
No cross-examination?
All right. May she be released as well.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Ms. Moonshadow, thank you. You are free to go and you're also released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to break for lunch, I think until 1:15. Has that been giving you enough time, about an hour? Okay, great. Just reminding you, until we're done, don't discuss the case with anyone by any means. Not your family, other jurors, anyone involved, anyone you run into. If someone does approach you and try to talk about it, report that to me immediately. Don't do any research at all. Don't look it up. Don't read any media about it, any newspapers, anything. You know the rule. Okay, I'll see you back if you can get in the jury room. Let's go with actually 1:20. I was looking at that incorrectly. 1:20 will give you an hour. Thank you. You please be seated. Does it stop mine? I have to stop my video. Oh, he's in. Never mind. Duh. You ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Rise for the jury, please. Please be seated. Next witness, please.
Judge, the people would call Ree Shakti.
Good afternoon, Ms. Shakti. If you could come up here towards me. He's going to bring you around to the left here. And you're going to come right around here. All right, good afternoon. Hi. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Thank you. If you please get as close to that microphone as you're comfortable with so we can all hear you, and it is adjustable. And there's also some water in that pitcher and some cups. All right, Mr. Kuffner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Introduce yourself to the jury. Tell them your name and how you spell your last name.
My name is Elan Ree Shakti. The last name is spelled Shakti.
Miss Shakti, how old are you?
79.
Where do you currently live? What part of the state?
Grand Junction, Colorado.
And what do you do?
I'm retired. I am a doctorate of have a doctorate in natural medicine.
When you were working, what did you do with that doctor in natural medicine?
I got my doctorate later in life. And prior to that, I was a registered nurse, a bachelor degree nurse. Did that mostly, but I practiced about 2 years after.
When did you get that doctorate?
Oh, you would have to ask. 1995.
Okay. And how many years were you a nurse before that?
Oh, probably about 10.
In 2021, did you live in Grand Junction?
No, I lived here in Boulder.
What were you doing in 2021?
I was retired, but I took care of my daughter's 3 boys.
And that was here in Boulder?
Yes.
And with respect to the date of this incident, March 22nd, 2021, what were you doing that day?
Well, I had just newly been diagnosed with atrial fib about 2 weeks prior, and they were having a little trouble finding the right medication to keep it under control. That morning, I had 2 doctor's appointments, and it was a hectic morning, and I had several errands that I needed to run, and by 1:30 or 2, I decided I could not go on anymore. I had to go home, but I still had the new prescription to pick up at King Soopers. And I also had been putting off getting flowers for a friend whose husband and son had died 2 weeks prior. And I just had to get that done. So I thought, okay, I'll go to King Soopers. But fortunately, I decided I couldn't pick up the medication. Sorry.
Okay.
So I decided not to do that. I decided not to go to the pharmacy there on the east side of the grocery store. I just went to where the flowers were on the west side, and that's where I was, completing that purchase. And the
Let me stop you.
okay.
How were you getting around that day? Were you driving, or was somebody driving you, or how were you getting to your doctor's appointments and then to King Soopers?
I was driving myself, and that kind of wore me out as well.
When you got to King Soopers, where did you park?
I parked at the closest parking in the handicap next to the grocery store, to that entrance on the west side.
Okay. To the west entrance.
Yes.
And what, like, medically was going on in addition to the AFib? Like, were you having some trouble walking at that point?
Yes, I had just gotten over I had had a steroid shot from a back injury, and I was still using, well, the shot was like several months before, but I was still using a trekking pole to help me walk and not fall. I was able to walk from the distance from the car to the store, and I thought I would use a cart, and I left my cane in the car.
Okay. So you just held on to a cart in the store to kind of help you maneuver?
Right.
So you decided not to go to the pharmacy and get the prescription. You're in the flower section, and the flower section is on that west end of the King Soopers?
Correct.
What are you doing in the flower section? Had you picked the flowers?
I had picked 2 plants, one for each death. And the boy that worked there, and I had to already paid for the flowers. He was helping me wrap them up. It was 25 degrees outside, but the sun was really shining, but we were still afraid they might freeze. So he had just finished helping me and had turned to go back to where the register was, and I was getting ready to go around to get by the cart to push. When, well, before that, we had heard shots out in the parking lot. Well, I didn't think they were shots. I thought they were fireworks.
So you heard some loud noises out in the parking lot,
Right.
and you just kept going on with your transaction of, you were just continuing to buy the flowers or
Right.
the plants.
And I was ready to, the shots at the firecracker sound was still happening, but I had finished to go around to get the cart to push it out. And the deli is also at that end. And there was a young man in the deli that started yelling, "Run, get out."
And then the firecracker shots or whatever you want to call them started going down to the middle of the store. It's still in the parking lot. And I couldn't see because the big windows were there, but I couldn't see. Half of it was blocked with the wall, and I couldn't see anybody, but I could hear these firecrackers. And then the boy in the deli kept saying to run and get out, and by that time all the shots had gone to the east end, and I still didn't know what they were, but one young man that was at the west end was right there, and he noticed. He took a breath in and said, and the man's got a gun. And then he just immediately turned around and went to the back of the store. And that's when the guy in the deli said, get out of here, run.
Right.
And he also added, the people are falling.
The guy who said he's got a gun, where was he standing?
He was standing by the doors at the west end. I think it looked like he had a broom, but I think he had a mop and was because the snow had been melting and the floor was, people were tracking in the mud and of the melting snow, and so he was right by the door. I couldn't see the floor, but that's what I assumed he was doing.
And so you hear the deli clerk saying, run. You hear this man saying that's by the door, he has a gun. Do you hear other loud noises inside the store at some point?
Just right after that, and it was by that time at the east doorways. And you could definitely tell the difference of this firecracker sound. And then when he got inside, it just reverberated through the building. And then you knew.
Was it louder when it got inside?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did at that point.
Well, I think I had already gone to the cart to start pushing it. But I saw, and other people were starting to go out that west door. And I thought, I probably shouldn't take the cart, and I can't run, but I'll just walk quickly. And then when I started doing that, I probably was closer as you two are to being at the front doors on the west end. And I stepped down and my foot just slipped out from under me. I felt something wet. And then I don't remember falling. I didn't remember any pain. I just fell on the floor. And
when you ended up on the floor, how were you positioned when you were there?
I had one arm up this way and one arm down this way, and I was lying flat on my chest, spread out.
What were you experiencing while you're laying there face down on the floor?
I wasn't, strangely enough, because I don't remember falling and I don't remember hitting the floor, but I wasn't, at that point, I knew I needed to get out and to get up, but I wasn't able to move. I couldn't even bring this arm down or this one up. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't shout. I couldn't talk. The only thing I could do was hear. And that was enough.
What were you hearing?
The shots.
Right. And as the shots continued, could you tell what direction they were moving?
They were moving from the east doorways back into probably about it was just blah, blah, pop, pop, all the way to the inner, I imagine right adjacent to the pharmacy where you get your prescription.
What were you hearing as far as other people while you were laying there unable to move?
I couldn't see them. I couldn't open my eyes, but I could feel people going by me. And I was instantly praying. When I found I couldn't move myself, I just said, God, I hope you're ready for me. Because I think this is it.
And during that time while you were on the floor and you couldn't move,
Right. And I could hear the people going by. And then I added to the little prayer, please don't let me get stepped on. And I didn't. So
when you say you could hear people going by, you could hear
the rush
footsteps.
and footsteps. Yeah, I could kind of sense they were going by.
What's the next thing that happened?
I kept repeating that litany to God, and I couldn't possibly move. So I just resigned the fact that I was there. And then nobody else was coming by. And I thought, okay, God, I think this is really it. And there's nobody here to help me get up. But I could still hear the shots. And by this time they were coming like to the center of the store. And I then at that time, I said my little prayer, but I added, and I can't breathe. And I couldn't understand why I was adding that because I didn't even have the sensation of that autonomic nervous system causing me to breathe. I didn't have any sensation that I couldn't breathe. Then I said that several more times, thinking that I was there all by myself, and the shooter was coming toward the end, my end, and I wasn't fearing that he was that close to me or could even see me on the floor, but somewhere out of the other side of me, somebody jerked my arm, and I think that got me up off my chest enough, but he wasn't expecting dead weight. He had just gotten my wrist and jerked really hard. But when he did that, I found I was able to move my hand, and then he got a better grip, one hand under my arm and then one hand here, and I was able to bring my arm down and help him lift me up. And I got on my feet, but I wasn't even standing up yet. I was just kind of trying to raise my body, and all heck broke loose. I was in such excruciating pain that I could hardly stand there, but he waited and helped me walk out of the store. And I thought I went out the west end doors, but later in talking to the young man who helped me, he said, no, he took me out. There's a little side door on the other side of the Starbucks. That's just a one door. And he thought that's where he took me out, but I envision going at those two front doors, and it might be because that's where I was headed.
But this young man helped you all the way until you got outside the store.
We got outside the store, and about halfway down, like the windows, the doors to the outer doors was here. And he helped me, I don't know, maybe about 10 feet. And he turned to me and he said, and by that time I was on my feet. I was still in pain, doubled over. but I knew I could walk. And he asked me if I was okay to go to the end of the building. And that side of the building is just all brick, no windows or anything. And turn just to get to the side where I could turn around the corner and couldn't be seen. But in that space of time, I kind of checked on where my car was parked, thinking maybe I should just go, but I was in such pain, I knew I couldn't do that. So I went on around the corner. He went into the store to help other people. And around the corner were two women kind of huddled there, waiting.
Let me stop you there and just ask, this young man who helped you, can you tell us what he looked like?
Well, I thought it was the same guy that was at the deli hollering for everybody to get out. I saw the white apron. I didn't look ever at his face. I just saw this white apron that he had on being at the deli, and he had a little white cap and long hair, but I never saw his face.
Okay.
I didn't know who he was.
But he was somebody you think worked at King Soopers
Right.
and worked in the deli.
Yeah. And I thought he was the one that helped me out. But later I was told it wasn't he, it was someone else.
Okay. You know somebody helped you.
I know somebody.
So now you come across these two women huddled around the corner once you make it around the corner on your own.
Right.
And what happens when you come into contact with those two ladies?
Well, they're shocked too. And they're kind of waiting. But by the time I got around the corner, I thought I was going to fall. So I leaned up against the building and kind of just scooted down the side of the building. There was no curb there, just a little lip from the foundation to the bricks. And I kind of squatted there, but I couldn't stay in that position. So they helped me back up. And both of them said, oh, one detail that I left out, the police hadn't even gotten there until I had almost gotten around the corner when the first police car came in.
Okay.
And we were relieved to see the police there, but both of them had parked at the way west end of the parking lot. And they said, and I agreed, when the police got there, I said, my car's right at the front door. But if one of you could drive me home, and they were wanting to go too. So I lived in the apartments right across the street from the grocery store. So one of them agreed to take me, and the other one, who was still parked, they were both on that way west end. So she went to her car, and this other woman just said she'd take me across the street. So
just so that I'm totally clear, you said the police started to arrive, and then you said they were parked in the west end. You're talking about the two ladies
the
that
two
you
ladies
came into contact.
The police came in right at the middle entrance into the parking lot.
What happened after you got home?
I was in a lot of pain, and I just sat there, and I kept getting worse. And I called my daughter, and she said she would come. And I said, I think I need to go to the emergency room. She said, well, I'll come and pick you up and take you. But she couldn't. By that time, the whole place was surrounded. They couldn't even I just lived right off Table Mesa. And she couldn't get there. It took her a while to figure out a way how to get around all the blocks, the block of the police cars and everything. And she finally did and took me, again, circuitous route to the hospital.
Which hospital did you go to?
The community hospital.
Over on Foothills?
No.
No.
It's off base. It's a baseline, and I've been gone 2.5 years. I can't remember the streets.
Totally fine.
Yeah.
It was a hospital here in Boulder.
Yeah.
What did you learn at the hospital or in your follow-up treatment about what had happened?
Because I was dealing with the heart thing too, it took a little, I'm not quite sure. Things started really getting muddled at that point, but I know they did an MRI with iodine to trace everything, and I think they did an X-ray and they discovered that I had a compression fracture at T6.
Is that something that continued to cause you problems?
It still does.
Judge, I have no further questions for her.
No questions.
All right, thank you. And she may be excused,
Thank
released
you.
from the subpoena. All right, thank you.
Can I approach just to?
Yeah, yeah.
Judge, the people would call Hayden Steele.
Good afternoon, Mr. Steele. Come on up. If you'll come around to your left. Yeah. And then just make your way around that little table over around that way. Thank you. Before you have a seat, if you could face me, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Get as close to that microphone as you can comfortably, and it will adjust a bit.
Introduce yourself, tell us your name, and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Hayden Steele, HADYNSTEELE.
Mr. Steele, how old are you?
I'm 28.
What do you do for a living?
Currently, I work for Denver Public Schools for kids, helping kids with like emotional and behavioral disabilities.
When you say you work for Denver Public Schools, helping those kids, like, how do you help them?
So I'm like an instructional assistant kind of, so I kind of help teachers with lessons and stuff with them.
Are you in a classroom or something else?
Yes.
Work full-time for Denver Public Schools?
Yes, I work for an outside company, but we're contracted through Denver Public Schools.
Prior to going to your current job, what were you doing?
I was a chef.
Where were you a chef?
Restaurant called The Sink here in Boulder.
And would that include the time period we're going to talk about, March of 2021?
Yes.
How long did you work at The Sink?
Around 4 years.
And what was your living situation like in March of 2021?
I was living with a roommate at an apartment across the street from the King Supers.
When you say across the street from the King Supers, across Table Mesa?
Across Table Mesa, yes.
How long had you and your roommate lived there?
About a year.
What was your roommate's name?
Casey Taylor.
What were you and Mr. Taylor doing earlier in the day of March 22nd?
Just buying food for lunch before we had to work.
Okay. Before you went to King Supers, what were you doing?
Just kind of hanging out.
You said before you went to work. What time did you have to go to work?
I believe it was around 3 o'clock when I had to go to work.
What about Casey? Did he have to go to work too?
I'm not sure if he worked that night or not. I don't recall.
Was he working at the same place?
Not at the time, no.
Did he at some point work at the Sink as well?
Yes.
So you started to say you were getting food. Did you walk or drive to get across the street to King Supers?
We walked.
And when you got to King Supers, Where did you go and what did you pick?
We just bought a couple, we were about to buy a couple frozen pizzas and cans of like Arizona iced tea.
Did you go directly to those areas of the store to pick your frozen pizzas, or did
Yes.
you?
Yes, we did.
Where were you in the store right around 2:30 or a little before?
Right at the self-checkout at the front,
When you say self-checkout at the front, on the west or the east side?
on
of the
the
store?
east side of the store.
And what are you doing at the self-checkout?
Just trying to pay for the things that we were about to purchase.
Do you recall where you were in the process of paying for your items?
We were about done, about ready to scan my card when,
What happened?
when the accused came in and started shooting people.
Did you hear anything before he came in?
We heard a few loud pops outside, but just assumed it was a nail gun or something because there was construction in the area. And then we saw a woman screaming and more people running into the store.
When you saw the woman screaming, where was she?
She was looking back towards the parking lot and just running as fast as she could in the opposite direction.
When you say she was looking back towards the parking lot, where was she at?
She was over by the customer service desk. Well, she was running in through the door.
She was running into the store from outside
Yes.
and screaming.
Yes.
Could you tell what she was screaming?
Not really at the time, no.
And then you started to talk about what happened inside. How many of those loud noises did you hear when it was outside?
3 or 4.
Tell us what happened when he came into the store.
We saw a man, I saw a man standing there, and then I saw he had the gun. So I started to run the other way and I looked back and then I saw that man laying on the ground.
Okay. Back up. You saw a man standing where?
Right in front, sort of in front of me by the door to exit.
And you saw that man with the gun or someone else with the gun?
I saw someone else with the gun.
So describe to me how those two people you've just talked about were standing.
The man that was the unarmed man was standing facing the door, and I believe he was trying to get out of the store. I couldn't really tell in the moment what he was trying to do, but it appeared that he was trying to leave the store. And the man with the gun was entering the store and began firing at people.
How many shots did you hear inside the store?
Quite a few. I would, if I had to guess, probably between 15 and 20.
Where did you go when you ran?
I ran to the back of the store and exited through the rear exit.
Did you see the person that had a gun?
Yes.
What did they look like?
They look like him, sir.
You identified the defendant sitting at the defense table with the glasses and the white or light blue shirt?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would ask the record to reflect identification. What was he wearing?
At the time, it appeared that he was wearing a tactical vest, and I didn't really get a good look at his clothes, but I saw he had what looked like a tactical vest and an AR-15 style rifle.
When you say AR-15 style rifle, are you familiar with firearms?
A little bit.
And the door that he came in, just to be clear, was that east door where you guys were at the self-checkout?
Yes, sir.
Describe what happened as you made it out of the store.
Just chaos, people screaming, running, gunshots, kind of people mobbing towards the back exit to get away from, everything that was going on in the front of the store.
Give us as much detail as you can about where you actually went out, what door you went out.
Yeah, it was the east side rear exit.
What type of area was it?
It was like a storage room or like a stock room for, extra things, kind of like a back area where they would keep extra stock of things. And
An area that people would not normally have access to if they were shopping in the store?
correct.
And how did you find that location?
Somebody was holding that door open. I believe that person worked there. They were holding that door open and telling people to go through that exit.
How many people do you think you saw leave through that back door?
It was a pretty massive crowd of us. I'd say probably close to 50 at the time I was leaving.
want to go back to when he came through the door with the gun. How was he holding the gun?
He would look like he was ready to fire.
When you say look like he was ready to fire, what do you mean?
Well, he was holding it like this, I believe, and then started pointing it at people.
When he was pointing it at people, how was he doing so?
Pretty directly, and then the gunfire started.
And the person that you saw standing there that then, when you look back, was laying on the ground, did you actually see him point the gun at that person?
I did not actually see it, but it did appear at the time that that man was shot.
What was the man with the gun's demeanor like, if you could tell?
It was hard to tell. He didn't say anything.
What happened when you got outside?
I ran up a back hill that was right there, and a whole bunch of us were going up it, and then helped some elderly woman behind the truck, like get behind a truck, and then waited there with her for a few minutes, and then I walked back to my apartment.
How often would you go to that King Supers?
Almost every day.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Steele, I've handed you what I've marked as People's Exhibit 20 for identification purposes. Can you tell me what People's Exhibit 20 is?
It would appear that it is myself and my former roommate, Casey Taylor.
Fair and accurate representation of the way you guys appeared as you were trying to check out that day?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would move to admit People's 20.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Have permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Walk the jury through who's who and what we see in this picture.
So I'm wearing the plaid jacket and holding the orange debit card in my hand. And then my former roommate, Casey Taylor, is holding some cash, and he's wearing the gray beanie and it looks like a black jacket.
And those are the items you guys were purchasing when this all started to take place, the pizzas and the teas?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I have no further questions for Mr. Steele.
Any questions?
No questions.
All right. Be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. You may step down and you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Judge, the people are going to call Agent Joel Haggerty.
Agent, if you'll please come forward here and then come around to your left side there. Just make your way around that table and then around that corner over there, please. If you'll raise your right hand before you're seated. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that in the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Joel Haggerty, Hegarty.
How are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
How long have you been with that particular agency?
I've been with them since February of 2020.
Did you have any law enforcement experience before coming to the agency?
I did not.
Tell us what that agency does.
The ATF is tasked with investigating federal violations, specifically pertaining to violations of firearms, narcotics, arson, and explosive violations of federal law.
So anything involving firearms or explosives would give ATF the ability to assist in an investigation or take an investigation.
Yes, that's correct.
What types of assistance do you typically provide to local law enforcement agencies?
It's a variety of assistance. That's something that the ATF prides themselves in, is assisting local law enforcement agencies, especially when it involves crimes with firearms.
Were you asked to assist in this particular case?
Yes, I was.
When did you first get involved in this case?
Got involved in this case on the day of the incident, and I responded to the scene.
And in responding to the scene, what was your intention to provide assistance at that time?
My immediate intention was unknown. When I show up to situations like this, I contact the local law enforcement personnel that are there prior to me arriving, and we say, what do you need help with? In this specific instance, there were firearms involved, and we immediately got in conversations with the officers and detectives on scene to begin discussing the firearms involved and what assistance we could provide.
What types of assistance can ATF provide for firearms that are involved in a case?
There's a variety of them, but specifically with this investigation, we provided and can provide this in these instances, assistance with tracing the firearm. And by tracing the firearm, I mean figuring out firearms involved where they were last purchased from a retail store.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
I want to start with People's Exhibit 31. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a form called a firearms trace summary. And this is a summary of a specific firearm and has a variety of information pertaining to that firearm, where it was purchased, who purchased, dates, make, model, and serial number of the firearm, those specific things.
Is this the document that when, as an ATF agent, you ask the national trace folks to do a background on a firearm or to trace a firearm that you receive back?
Yes, so the ATF houses what we call the National Tracing Center. That's a center in our headquarters area in the DC area that assists field agents with tracing the firearms. That center has a variety of methods of communicating with manufacturers, dealers, real time to figure out and to assist the agents in the field with the entire tracing process.
Talk about how they go about it. When you ask for a trace on a particular firearm, what information do you give them?
When I ask for a trace on any firearm, what's required is the make, model, and serial number of the firearm. Because as required by federal law, firearm manufacturers and dealers are required to obtain that information as it pertains to a specific unique firearm. So when you have the make, model, and serial number of a firearm, we can figure out by contacting the manufacturer when, specifically date, and where that firearm was manufactured. We can then follow the process for when they, what's called dispose of the firearm or transfer the firearm from the manufacturer to the first line level dealer. A lot of times that's a wholesaler. And then from a wholesaler, we can contact the wholesaler with the make, model, and serial number and figure out where that firearm was transferred from the wholesaler. A lot of times that means an individual gun store, Sportsman's Warehouse, any type of gun store that you guys would know of as a retail gun store. And we can contact that retail gun store and figure out when they sold that firearm.
So they just take it step by step. When you ask for the trace, the National Tracing Center starts with the manufacturer and says, where did this gun go? And then you go to the next person, and then you get this report back indicating the last lawful transfer of that weapon.
Yes.
With respect to People's Exhibit 31, what weapon does that pertain to?
Listed on here is a Ruger, is the manufacturer or the make. The model is an AR 556, and the serial number is listed there as well.
This is a copy of the actual, fair and accurate copy of the actual trace summary you received in this case on the AR 556 Ruger pistol.
Yes.
Judge, I would move to admit Peoples 31
No objection.
Admitted.
and permission to publish.
Yes.
So agent, it's actually not as big as I had hoped, but can you kind of identify the areas where the information is and what information is on this form?
Yes, so under the firearm information, it lists the make, model, serial number. It also lists the firearm type. That could be a pistol, a rifle, a shotgun, the country or origin that the firearm was manufactured. So that's under the firearm information section. Then there's the recovery information that shows the recovery date. Time to crime is listed there. That's something that shows up on firearm trace summary reports, and it'll be on all of the reports that you'll see. Time to crime means from the time the firearm was last purchased at a retail gun store, when was that firearm recovered in a crime? In this instance, it says 6 days. That shows me that the firearm was purchased 6 days prior to being recovered in a crime. It has the location recovery of the firearm, in this case, 3600 Table Mesa Drive in Boulder, Colorado. Under the dealer information, staying on the right-hand side, it shows that's the last retail gun store that the firearm was purchased. In this case, it shows it was an Eagle's Nest Armory. It has the FFL number. That means the Federal Firearms Licensee. They're licensed by the ATF to be able to sell firearms. That's their specific unique number for Eagle's Nest Armory. The location of the business, phone numbers. And it also has the ship to date. That goes back to the trace summary that I kind of talked about. That means that Eagle's Nest Armory received the firearm on March 4th of 2021 from a separate FFL. It also has a purchaser information. It has the date the firearm was purchased, which shows is March 16th, 2021. It shows the individual that purchased the firearm, as well as the address associated with that individual and other specific identifying information with that. Now, this is what we call the Firearms Trace Summary. This is provided by the National Tracing Center from all of the documents that they've received. We don't receive those documents from the National Tracing Center. We just get the summary of everything. It's on us as field agents to go and verify that information from the specific manufacturer, or in this case, dealer information, a local firearms store.
With respect to this particular firearm, the AR 556 pistol that was purchased from Eagle's Nest Armory on March 16th of 2021, who purchased that firearm?
Listed under here is purchaser information, Ahmad Alissa, with the address 16229 West 65th Place in Arvada, Colorado. Date of birth of 4/17/1999. Place of birth of Syria, his race, sex, height, weight. It also lists the identifying information that was provided by the purchaser as a Colorado driver's license number with the number listed there. Again, that's from the Firearms Tracing Summary. That's what we received.
Are you familiar with that address belonging to the defendant in this case?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that being his address?
First of all, it was included on his driver's license, and it's also required to purchase a gun. You have to have a valid driver's license from the state you're purchasing a firearm. In this case, the purchaser had a valid Colorado driver's license with that address listed on it. I know that to be the purchaser and that to be the address that's associated with him, as well as subsequent, law enforcement action that was taken at that residence associated with the defendant.
The very bottom of this form, it says, the information in this report must be validated prior to use in any criminal proceedings. Tell us what that means and how the validation occurs.
Yeah, so that means, like I previously said, this is just a summary form provided by our tracing center. It's on me as the agent in the field to go and verify that information. In this case, we verified that information by going to Eagle's Nest Armory, which is a federal firearms licensee and is required to retain specific information with any firearms transactions. and then give that information to ATF agents anytime we request it. In this case, that's what occurred.
You went to Eagle's Nest and they gave you a whole packet of documents associated, all the documents associated with this purchase.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell us what People's Exhibit 32 that I handed you a little bit ago is?
This is a packet of information that was received from Eagle's Nest Armory. The first page has what's called ATF Form 4473, or the firearms transaction record.
And with respect to these records obtained from Eagle's Nest, are they the records pertaining to the purchase of the Ruger AR-556 pistol by the defendant on March 16th, 2021?
Yes, they are.
Fair and accurate representation of those records?
Yes.
Judge, additionally, I would move to admit People's Exhibit 32 as self-authenticating under 902.11 and 803.6.
No objection.
Thank you. I
And-
noted.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
You started to talk a little bit about the ATF Form 4473. Can you just tell us generally what it appears on the first page of that form?
Yes, on the first page of this form, and this is a form that anybody who purchases a firearm from any federal firearms licensee is required to fill this form out. And the FFL is required to keep this form for the documentation purposes. Listed at the top is just the firearms section. In this case, it's a Ruger AR-556 with the serial number listed as a pistol and then the caliber of that firearm. It also, in order to purchase a firearm, you fill out a variety of information. In this case, as we go down in section B, it's the purchaser's first, middle, last name, the address from the purchaser, and this is the purchaser filling this form out. There's a variety of other questions to include country of citizenship, ethnicity, race, and then starting in question 21, there's a specific information that you have to answer truthfully and honestly. But if you answer incorrectly in terms of a yes answer in a question that needs to be a no answer for you to purchase a firearm, you won't be able to purchase that firearm.
Who was the individual that identified themselves when purchasing this weapon by filling out this form?
Listed on here is the name Ahmad Alissa with the address that's the same as from the firearms trace summary form.
And then the section 21 questions, the person fills out yes or no, and they're questions like, do you have a pending felony? Do you have a protection order against you? Are you a fugitive? Are you addicted to drugs? A whole list of questions that would be prohibitions on purchasing a firearm.
Yes.
Did the defendant sign and certify that with a date?
Yes, on the second page of this exhibit, under point 22 on the ATF form 4473 is the transferee's or buyer's signature.
And that appears, I don't know, about a third of the way down on the second slide in this exhibit.
Yes, that's correct.
And the date again is March 16th of 2021.
Yes.
Below that, what information appears identifying the purchaser?
In point 26, point A is the driver's license with the Colorado driver's license number, and the expiration date of that driver's license to show that it's a valid Colorado driver's license.
And a federally licensed dealer is supposed to take some kind of identification when a person's purchasing a weapon.
That's correct.
Describe what the information included in boxes 27A, 27B are about.
This is any federal firearms licensee is required to submit a background check on any individual purchasing a firearm. In this instance, it shows that on March 16th, a background check was submitted. And in box 27.B on the right-hand side, there's a couple, two different, letters and number combinations. That shows that the federal firearms licensee did conduct a background check on the purchaser, and those came back as successful. they then put in the notification numbers from the NICS. And in this case, there's both FBI background check and the state of Colorado Bureau of Investigation also has a background check that Colorado FFLs conduct. In this case, they list both of those.
And then the next page of that is a page where there's an opportunity for the person making this sale on behalf of the store signs it.
Yes, that's the, if you, as it shows, that's the transfers or the seller's name and signature and date that it was transferred. That shows that the seller of that FFL transferred the firearm, signed it, and the date that he transferred that firearm to a purchaser.
And again, the transfer date is the same as the application date on the 4473. He filled out the background check on March 16th, 2021. The background check was submitted and returned on March 16th, 2021. And then the firearm was actually transferred and provided to the defendant on March 16th.
Yes, that's correct.
Tell me what the next form in the packet is that I've just put up on the screen.
The next form is notification from the Colorado Bureau of Investigation showing that there was a background check submitted and received and approved.
With
16th.
Who is the subject of the background check on that particular one?
Here it shows Ahmad Al Alissa.
What about with respect to the next page?
Another document showing that the criminal background check system was conducted. And then here's the return of the transaction numbers.
So if we take the transaction numbers from the background check and we look at the forms, these numbers all match up perfectly.
Yes.
In that packet of information received from the Eagle's Nest about the purchase of the AR pistol, what is the next thing in the packet?
This is a copy of the purchaser's driver's license.
Are they required to collect a copy of the driver's license?
This is not something that is required. It's not something that is received with every time we request the information pertaining to a purchase. In this case, Eagle's Nest Armory owner kept very good records. There's certain requirements that must be kept, and there's some that it's dependent on the FFL owner. In this case, it was kept, and there was a copy given to us.
And they, in fact, turned over the entire packet associated with this purchase, not just items you would typically request.
Yes, that's correct.
Tell me what the next item that they turned over was in the packet.
Every gun store is different, but specifically with Eagle's Nest Armory, here was a tag that was placed on the firearm, and they just made a copy of the front and back of that sales tag.
And again, it indicates it's the Ruger AR-556. And the price tag on that weapon was how much?
Here it shows $899.00.
Tell me about this next page that's on the screen right now. I guess next two pages.
Yeah, this is what's called the acquisition and disposition record from the FFL. All FFLs are required to keep an acquisition and disposition record for their records and for the ATFs. In this case, the acquisition side, if you look on the left side, that shows anytime, I believe this is month of March, or it depends on, I mean, the section here starts with number 1 at the top. There could be additional pages. This just happened to be including the firearm that was in question. But the acquisition side of the documentation shows that a gun was received by the FFL. And as the manufacturer, the model, the serial number, the type, the caliber gauge, the date that it was received, and from who they received it.
And then on the other side, this is something that in the store would be like a book with 2 pages.
Yes.
The acquisition side for every firearm that comes in, and then the disposition side that mirrors up when you open the book to show what happened to each of those firearms that came into that dealer's possession.
Yes, that's correct.
So on the disposition side, what does it indicate?
The disposition side shows the firearms that the FFL has acquired, they then disposed of. And by disposed of, I just mean transferred out of their inventory.
So just to make sure that I understand this, with respect to firearms 1 and 2 on the acquisition log, that appears to be a Winchester 22 long rifle under 1 and a Glock P80 under line 2.
Yes.
The fact that there's nothing on the disposition side as of the date that you obtained this record, what does that indicate?
Those firearms were still in the FFL's custody or control.
Only when they leave the store and are sold does the disposition side get filled out.
Yes.
Moving down to line 14, tell us what it says on the acquisition side.
It says they acquired a Ruger Model 55 AR 556 with a serial number, the type of action that the firearm was, the caliber of it. It shows they acquired it on March 8th of 2021 from an FFL with the name Davidson's, along with Davidson's FFL number.
Are you familiar with Davidson's?
Just that they're a wholesale type of federal firearms licensee.
So when you say a wholesaler, it's one of those folks that the manufacturer makes a whole bunch of guns, sells them to Davidson's, and then Davidson disperses them to actual retail stores.
Yes.
So this identifies where the gun came from to Eagle's Nest, and then on the disposition side, what does it indicate as to where that weapon went?
It shows that item number 14, which is listed on the acquisition side, was disposed of or transferred on March 16th of 2021 to Ahmad Al Alissa with the address 16229 West 65th Place, Nevada, Colorado.
And I haven't gone through all the details, but on all of these documents, you've examined them, and the serial number for this particular weapon matches on the ATF trace summary, the 4473, the acquisition disposition log. This is all pertaining to the same weapon with the same serial number.
Yes.
Tell me the next item that Eagle's Nest provided in the packet.
This is an invoice, copy of an invoice, showing that what appears to be 4 firearms were sold to Eagle's Nest Armory and shipped to Eagle's Nest Armory.
And does one of those firearms that was purchased on this invoice match up with the weapon that was purchased by the defendant on March 16th, 2021?
Yes, it appears that, the third firearm down is a Ruger AR 556, caliber 556 with the serial number that I believe matches.
Additional information they included from what appears to be like I guess I'll ask you, what is it, the additional information they provided about that firearm?
This is from Davidson's website. It shows that it's just a picture with a suggested retail price. A lot of times wholesalers, when they sell firearms, as you can see, the FFL here in Eagle's Nest Armory purchased the gun for $661. They need to have a markup that they can sell it and make a profit. In this case, Davidson's suggested retail price is $899 for the firearms store to make a profit.
What is the item number of that weapon that was listed on the Davidson's website?
The item number here shows 8570.
And then what is the item number on the previous page on that invoice for the weapon that was purchased from Davidson?
Item number 8570.
Again, more information about the firearm from Davidson. And then what was the one of the last documents they provided in that packet?
This was a copy of the sales receipt for the sale of the firearm that we were requesting information about.
Does it indicate how the person paid?
It does. Here shows that there was a debit card that ends in, looks to be 9033.
And what was the total purchase price?
Total purchase price was $1,056.92.
Does everything you just testified to regarding the records from Eagle's Nest validate and confirm the information on the ATF trace summary in People's 31?
It does.
That the weapon was purchased March 16th, 2021 by an individual identifying themselves by driver's license and as Mr. Alissa.
Yes.
Judge, if I could approach.
Yes, sir.
In addition to the Ruger AR 556 pistol that was recovered at the Table Mesa King Supers after the attack, was there an additional weapon that was recovered at that location as well?
Yes, there was.
What have I handed you in People's Exhibit 34 and 35? Or I'm sorry, 30, I jumped ahead. 33, 34.
Exhibit 33 is a separate firearms trace summary form. And Exhibit 34 is the supporting documentation to support that firearms trace summary.
And what weapon does the trace summary form apply to, and what weapon does the packet of information apply to?
The trace summary form shows that it was a Gearson manufacturer model MC28SA, caliber being 9mm, is a pistol manufactured in Turkey with an importer on there. And the 4473 form shows that it was a Gearson MC28SA with the serial number that matches this pistol 9mm.
Again, these are fair and accurate copies of the packet of information received from Westminster Arms as well as the ATF trace summary.
Yes.
Judge, I would move to admit 33 and 34.
No objection.
Thank you, admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
All right, first with 33, and these forms all look identical when you get the trace summary back. The information's always in the same location and everything is always included the same on each of these forms.
Yes, sometimes some information, the amount of information can change depending on what the FFL has provided to the National Tracing Center, but all of the structure of the form appears the same on everyone.
And you already mentioned this particular trace summary applied to the Gearson 9mm handgun that was located on scene. Can you tell us when that particular weapon was purchased?
Yeah, under the recovery information, it shows the recovery date was March 22nd with a time to crime of 40 days. I can then look back on the purchaser information. It shows the purchase date of this firearm was on February 10th of 2021.
February 10th?
Yes.
And who was the purchaser of that firearm according to the ATF trace summary?
Summary shows that it was Ahmad Al Alissa with the address 16229 West 65th Place, Arvada, Colorado. Date of birth as the previous trace summary form as well.
And as far as the location of the dealer, what information is provided?
The dealer information shows that the firearm was purchased from Westminster Arms in Arvada, Colorado.
Moving on, again, you went to do the follow-up. ATF went to the actual licensed federal firearms dealer and obtained all of the supporting documentation associated with this purchase?
Yes, we did.
Jury's familiar with the 4473, first page of the 4473. Can you identify what's different about Westminster Arms from Eagle's Nest?
Just off the face, a little bit is it appears Westminster Arms has an electronic system, a computer to fill out the 4473 form. You can see that it's not handwritten on this one. It's typed. Every firearm store is different. In this case, he just used a computer to type the information in.
And again, what information is included on that front page?
The firearm, make, model, and serial number, type, caliber, purchaser information, which shows Ahmad Al Alissa with the address previously described. The address. Yeah, sorry, 16229 West 65th Place. And then the same questions that you have to fill out every single time.
And again, on page 2, defendant would have had to sign verifying all those questions are correct. What was the date that he submitted that form for the background check?
Shows here the transferee's signature was signed and then certified on February 10th of 2021.
Again, same information pertaining to his driver's license and other identifying materials in the appropriate boxes matching the one from the last form we looked at.
Yes.
What was the date of transfer of that Girsan 9mm handgun?
Shows the date of transfer was on February 10th of 2021.
Again, the background check, next form in that packet as well.
Yes.
Every time a background check is done, they get a different CBI number and a different FBI number for the individual.
Yeah, it's just the transaction record. It's not specific to an individual. It's just the submission transaction record.
So this is just documentation of a background check under this number that was assigned was completed by FBI under this number and CBI completed under the other number.
Yes, and it shows that the status was approved.
Again, the background check numbers from the 4473 and the instant check background approval all match in this case. They just kind of, well, explain what they did in 27B on this particular 4473.
They just put a dash after the first one, the next transaction. It appears that they put the caller transaction ID first and then a dash with the next transaction record next to it.
But all the numbers match on these transactions.
Yes.
And then the last, or one of the last documents in that packet is what?
Copy of the sales receipt from the purchase of that firearm.
What was the amount of purchase on that particular day?
So it shows that the total purchase on this day was $98.57. As I read this, included with further on information, I know that this firearm had a different transaction than the firearm purchased at Westminster or at Eagles Nest Armory as previously described. In this case, this firearm was purchased online. When you purchase a firearm online, you have to ship that firearm. One FFL ships it to another FFL and you go in, fill out a background check in person there, and you can pick up the firearm. A lot of times, a local gun dealer will have a fee to receive that firearm from one FFL and to transfer it, to have somebody come in and fill out the background check. In this case, it shows that it was a $50 transaction record, which is common for an FFL to say it's going to cost you $50 to come in and pick up a gun from us.
So just so I'm clear about how these transactions occur, you can buy a gun online, right?
Yes.
But you can't have a firearm shipped to you like at your house legally.
Correct.
It has to be provided through a licensed federal firearms dealer.
Yes.
And that dealer has to do the background check before they can actually transfer the gun and hand it to you.
Yes.
So in this case, the gun was purchased online and just the transfer actually occurred at Westminster Arms.
Yes, that's correct.
In addition to that $50 transfer fee, what did the person buy on this particular day?
It shows that he also purchased 9mm caliber ammunition.
So on the same day that he bought the 9mm handgun, how much ammunition was purchased?
Here it shows it was a 50 count, so 50 rounds of 9mm.
Is there information about who the purchaser was? Loyal customer in this particular case?
Yes, the receipt shows that it was Ahmad Al Alissa.
And then again, just the more itemized list, not the register receipt, but a consistent itemized list for the ammo purchase as well as the $50 transfer fee.
Yes.
You started to talk about how this transaction occurred. This last form that was included in the packet, explain what that is.
This is a notification from Grab a Gun, which is grabagun.com, an online gun store retailer that notified Westminster Arms that a customer had picked them to receive a firearm.
Does it indicate who the customer was?
It does. It shows mutual customer of Ahmad Al Alissa.
I know I'm moving faster, but as I went through those, you've had an opportunity to look carefully at all these documents, and everything matches for the purchase of these firearms, indicating that Ahmad Alissa was the one that bought these two guns.
Yes.
Judge, if I could approach again.
Yes, sir.
Agent, I've handed you what I've marked as People's Exhibits 35 and 36 for identification. Can you tell us what those are?
This is Exhibit 35 is another separate firearms trace summary form for a Ruger AR-556 with the serial number listed there, type, purchaser information, just as previously described. And then Exhibit 36 is the documentation provided by Westminster Arms.
Again, fair and accurate copies.
Yes.
I would move to admit People's 35 and 36.
No objection.
Admitted.
So before we get into the documents, I want to back up and talk about where these weapons came from or how you came to trace these weapons. During the course of the investigation, in addition to the two firearms that were located at Table Mesa King Supers, were there other firearms that were connected to the defendant?
There were.
Where were those firearms located?
Here it shows, and I know from the investigation, but the firearms trace summary shows as well, the recovery information was from 16229 West 65th Place on March 23rd of 2021. Those firearms, the additional ones that we're going to discuss, were recovered at his residence.
His residence, meaning Mr. Ahmad Alissa.
Yes.
And those firearms, again, you were asked as a ATF agent to determine the point of origin or how they came into defendant's possession.
Yes. However, there's I'll explain one other thing is in this instance, oftentimes when we go to a federal firearms licensee in connection with a crime, and we know that an individual has purchased a firearm there, I'll ask them, are there any other firearms that this individual has purchased in your records? I don't remember specifically, but it may have been in connection because I know the search warrant was late night, early morning on this day. And we were there that morning right after the shooting. And so I was made aware real time either by law enforcement that recovered firearms or by the gun store that told me there's other firearms this individual has purchased here.
When you say we were there, you mean at Westminster Arms?
Yes.
So you guys were already out at the gun store because of the Gerson 9mm handgun that had been recovered on scene on the 22nd.
That's correct.
And you're not certain whether Westminster Arms just provided you the information about this additional weapon or you learned of it from the search warrant at the defendant's house first.
Yes, that's correct.
But either way, you did obtain the records from Westminster Arms about the purchase of a second AR-556 Ruger.
Yes.
What was the difference between the Ruger AR-556 that was found on the scene and the one that was recovered from his home?
The immediate difference is the serial numbers were separate. Obviously, they were different firearms. The type of firearm also listed was different. The firearm found on scene was listed as a pistol, and the firearm recovered from his residence, the Ruger AR-556, was listed as a rifle.
Can you talk a little bit about the difference between an AR pistol and an AR rifle?
So the type of a firearm listed on the manufacturer's form and followed through all the way to the retail purchaser side of things all depends on how the firearm is manufactured. Firearm can be manufactured to be fired as a pistol, meaning not from the shoulder, or a firearm can be manufactured with a extendable shoulder stock, which shows the firearm's intended to be fired from the shoulder. In this case, the firearm recovered on scene was initially manufactured as a pistol, meaning it was intended to not be fired from the shoulder. The firearm recovered at his residence listed as a rifle, just showing the manufacturer's intent was that this firearm be fired from the shoulder.
So if the AR pistol that were recovered on scene was an identical weapon other than it having a adjustable stock, it would have no longer been a pistol, but an illegal rifle.
Yes, in this case, typically firearms that are manufactured as pistols do not have the length of a barrel that you would see on a rifle. A rifle is required to have a 16-inch barrel or longer. A AR style firearm that's manufactured as a pistol typically has a shorter barrel than 16 inches. In this case, it did.
Okay. Are you familiar with the barrel length of the rifle and the pistol in this case?
Not specifically, but relatively, yes.
Okay. When you say relatively, what can you tell us about the difference in those two firearms?
I remember that the firearm recovered on scene did not have a 16-inch or longer barrel, and the firearm recovered at his residence did.
So it would have been an illegal short-barreled rifle if it had not had that brace on it that it had.
Yes, that's correct.
So moving into 35 and 36. Again, Judge, if I could publish.
Yes.
This is the AR-556 Ruger rifle. Again, I think that everybody is figuring out how to look at these. The purchaser for this AR rifle was who?
Ahmad Alissa.
All of his identifying information identical to the two we've already seen.
Yes.
And the dealer, I think as you've already stated, was Westminster Arms.
Yes.
When was this particular firearm purchased?
This firearm was purchased on January 19th of 2021.
Again, we're familiar with the Westminster Arms 4473 being an electronic form. This again has all of the identifying information, including the serial number for the AR rifle that was recovered from Mr. Alissa's residence.
Yes.
What date did Mr. Alissa sign the 4473 certifying that he didn't meet any of the prohibitions for purchasing the firearm?
It shows that he signed it on January 14th of 2021.
Can you talk a little bit about how he may have signed the certification on the 14th on this one and the weapon wasn't actually transferred until a later date?
Yeah, that can happen from a variety of reasons. One, the individual doesn't have time to sit there and wait for his background check to be completed. So he says, I'll come back at a later date and pick it up if I, get approved. Another reason is sometimes it takes longer than 30 minutes, an hour, a day or two to have a completed background check done on the purchaser. In this case, I'm not sure what it was, but those are some of the instances of why the date transfer can be different than the date that he attempts to purchase it.
What People's Exhibit 36 shows you is that he made multiple trips to the gun store to Westminster Arms in order to purchase this particular AR rifle.
Yes, that's correct.
Because he came in, he filled out the paperwork on, I apologize, what day is the date on that? I can't see it from here.
January 14th.
And then he came back 5 days later and actually took possession of that AR rifle.
Yeah, on January 19th.
And that's shown on the last page of the 4473 that I've just put up, that it was days later that he actually picked it up.
Yes, that's the date that the FFL transferred the firearm out of their custody.
Again, an instant check approval with numbers specific to this particular transaction from FBI, CBI.
Yes.
Everything matches on the firearms to Mr. Alissa.
Yes.
Receipt for this particular transaction showed how much?
$50.
And again, does it identify the weapon as being the, I guess the transfer of the weapon as being the reason for the $50?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain some additional records indicating that this was also a grab-a-gun purchase online that then was shipped to Westminster Arms?
Yes, I believe so. If I remember correctly, that's how all the firearms purchased from Westminster Arms were. But in this case, I'm not seeing, the summary doesn't mean that it wasn't. But that is, the $50 is the transfer fee that we see.
And again, who is the loyal customer on the receipt for that firearm purchase?
Ahmad Alissa.
The itemized transaction receipt from Westminster Arms for purchase of the AR rifle. Who's the customer?
it shows Ahmad Alissa.
Judge, if I could approach,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to actually hand him what's been marked for identification as People's Exhibits 37, 38, and 39. Start with the first two and tell us what they are.
37 is firearms trace summary for a firearm that's identified with the make, model, serial number, purchaser information, recovery information, just as we've gone over already, and the supporting documentation received from Westminster Arms to support that purchase.
Fair and accurate copies of the documents you obtained.
Yes.
Judge, I would move to admit People's 37 and 38 at this time.
I objected or 401, 403. If we
Wanna
can
approach?
approach.
So 37 and 38 are admitted, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
Agent, can you just quickly on this one, tell us about the firearm that it pertains to?
This pertains to a firearm with manufacturer Sarselmaz with model K245. It's 45 caliber with a serial number listed there. Manufactured as a pistol in Turkey. It was imported. The recovery information is listed as recovered on March 23rd, 2021 with a time to crime as well. And the recovery address listed as 16229 West 65th Place, Nevada. Purchaser information is listed as purchased on January 19th of 21. Purchaser is listed as Ahmad Alissa with the address 16229 West 65th Place, Nevada, with the date of birth, other identifying information listed there, and the dealer information shown as Westminster Arms.
And moving to People's 38, another 4473, identifying this particular K245 handgun.
Yes.
Again, all the identifying information is that of Mr. Alissa and his driver's license and his address.
Yes.
What was the date that he filled out the attestation or form on the 4473 under section 21, certifying that he didn't have any prohibitions on purchasing a firearm?
The date's listed as January 19th of 2021.
And then the date that the weapon was actually transferred to him on the next page.
Also January 19th of 2021.
So he filled out the form for the AR rifle on the 14th of January. And then when he came in and picked up the rifle, AR rifle on the 19th of January, he also filled out another form and purchased the K245.
Yes.
Again, the InstaCheck numbers all match for these purchases with the same numbers, being that one transaction for these two firearms in a single background.
Yes.
What was
Sorry. Well, it might be, I believe it might be separate from the previous firearm we discussed. I think this is pertaining to just this firearm, because when he came back in on January 19th, that's when he signed the 4473 form for this firearm. So they've had to conduct a separate background check on this date.
Go back and see. For the last 4 or 5 TRKX52, best of my ability to read it from here, on the NICS on that one.
Okay, yeah, you are correct. I think probably what happened is if there's a certain window of time that a federal firearms licensee has for a approved background check. In this case, the days between the last one and this one were within that.
So they were able to use legally the
Yes.
single background check for the transfer of the K245 as well as the AR rifle on the 19th of January, 2021.
Yes, that's correct.
Talk about the receipt and what it shows for this particular weapon.
The receipt here shows that the regular price for this would have been $50. However, oftentimes what gun stores do is if an individual's picking up multiple firearms that were shipped to them at the same time, they won't charge them $50 for every firearm at the same time. In this case, they charge them $50 for the first transaction and then $10 for the second one because it was on the same date at the same time.
Who's a loyal customer?
Ahmad Alissa.
Again, who's the customer on the matching itemized receipt from Westminster Arms for the K245?
Shows Ahmad Alissa.
And finally, moving to what I handed you a second ago, People's Exhibit 39. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, this is a firearms trace summary for an additional firearm. Shows the recovery date was on March 23rd, 2021. The recovery location is 16229 West 65th Place, Nevada. Shows a manufacturer of Beretta model M9A3 9mm caliber, a serial number. Shows the purchaser information. Purchase date was on April 16th of 2020. Purchaser was listed as Gabriel Silas with the address at a residence in Thornton, Colorado.
This ATF trace for the firearm was run as a result of this weapon being located in the residence when the search warrant was executed on the 23rd of March, 2021.
Yes, that's correct.
It did not come back to Mr. Alissa.
No, it did not.
What did you do as a result of that?
We do what we did in the other instances, and we followed the trace to the end, which means contacting Sportsman's Warehouse number 19119 in Thornton, Colorado.
When you contacted Sportsman's Warehouse, did you obtain all of the supporting documentation, the 4473 for the purchase of this weapon?
Yes.
And based on the information that was on that, did you follow up with the individual who had purchased the firearm?
Yes.
Did you learn that Mr. Alissa had, after that, purchased the firearm from that individual?
Yes.
I would move to admit People's Exhibit 39, Judge.
401, 403 objection.
Judge, if the court wants a response, it has no identifying.
Come on up to the bench, please. Are you up with this witness?
Very close, Judge.
Okay, then we'll take our break. Thank you.
Approach.
Yes, sir.
Agent, I've handed you what's been marked as people's exhibits 40 and 41. Can you tell us what those are?
Exhibit 40 appears to be a copy of records for purchases from grabagun.com with as pertaining to a specific account.
In response to learning that a number of the weapons transferred at Westminster Arms had originally been purchased by Mr. Alissa from Grab-A-Gun, did you seek to obtain all of the records from Grab-A-Gun pertaining to Mr. Alissa's purchases?
Yes.
Are those records in that packet a fair and accurate copy of the records provided to you by Grab-A-Gun about Mr. Alissa's purchases?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move to admit People's 40.
No objection.
40 is admitted.
And then with respect to 41, is 41 a summary of that big stack of records from Grab-A-Gun showing the date and the purchaser and what items were purchased on each date?
Yes, it's a summary.
Judge, I would move to admit People's 41 as a summary under 1006.
And I would object cumulative.
Overruled.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
Can you, actually, I think we can read that from here. Can you just kind of walk through the different dates and the items that were purchased, summarizing the Grab-A-Gun records that you obtained in People's 40?
Yeah, in the first line, it shows that on January 3rd of 2021, a customer with the name of guest at the time with an email, ahmada87654@gmail.com with the shipping address of a name Ahmad Al Alissa, address 16229 West 65th Place in Arvada, a phone number listed there, ordered and purchased items which show 50 rounds of 5.56 caliber ammunition, a plain drop point blade, a knife, and 30 rounds of 5.56 .223 Remington caliber ammunition.
And with respect to that first line, that is the firearm we've already talked about. That final item, quantity 1, Ruger AR 5.56 .223 Remington is the caliber that it would shoot. .223 Remington is a different type of a caliber that can be identified consistent with 5.56.
Yeah, oftentimes AR style firearms are manufactured as what's called multi-caliber. They can fire both AR 5.56 and .223 caliber separate.
Object under 801. He hasn't been qualified as an expert, and this is expert testimony. The average juror is not going to know this information.
Sustained.
With respect to the final item on line 1, the serial number 858-984553, is that the same serial number that pertains to the AR rifle that we've already discussed him purchasing from Grab-A-Gun that was transferred at Westminster Arms?
Yes, the make, model, and serial number matches.
And what did the records from Grab-A-Gun indicate as the barrel length on the AR rifle?
Indicated there was a 16.1 inch barrel.
So moving on, what is the second purchase from Grab-A-Gun on January 9th, 2021?
On January 9th, 2021, shows that the second purchase was 50 round box of 45 caliber ammunition.
What type of ammunition?
Shows Cellular and pellet 45 ACP 230 grain jacketed hollow point.
Okay, next item as a part of that order.
Shows that it was a SAR K2 model, stainless 45 caliber firearm with the serial number listed there. Shows that it was a ACP 4.7 inch barrel capable of having 14 rounds in the magazine and in the firearm.
And then the final item, their quantity was 3 of what on that date?
Shows these are 3 AR hex mag magazines for 5.56 NATO or 223 Remington caliber ammunition.
And I want to be perfectly clear, the 2 firearms, the one that was shown in the grab-a-gun records on January 3rd as being purchased in 2021 by Mr. Alissa, that's the same AR rifle that we've already talked about in the Westminster Arms records, correct?
Yes.
And this K2, the SAR K2 45, same gun we've already talked about. These aren't new separate guns. It's just showing a step further back in the point of origin when he purchased them from Grab-A-Gun before he picked them up at Westminster Arms.
Yes.
Moving down to January 20th of 2021, what did Mr. Alissa purchase?
And January 20th, it shows that he purchased a quantity of 4, and each quantity showed that it was Red Army Standard centerfire rifle, 223 Remington, 55 grain, 20 rounds, full metal jacket.
January 27th, what did he purchase?
January 27th shows that he purchased 50 rounds of Federal American Eagle, 45 ACP, 230 grain full metal jacket. It also showed that he purchased quantity of 2, and each quantity had 1 hex mag AR magazine capable of receiving 5.56 NATO or 223 Remington 15 rounds.
Moving down to February 1st, what did he purchase on that date?
On February 1st of 2021, it shows that he purchased quantity of 4, and each quantity had 20 rounds of PMC ammunition, 5.56 NATO, 62 grain green tip.
Are you familiar with the green tip ammunition?
I am.
What can you tell us about that?
Objection 801.
I don't know that it requires specialized knowledge or training.
I don't know what a green tip is.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, moving down. What is the next item that he purchased on February 3rd?
On February 3rd of 2021, shows that he purchased quantity of 1, being Pearson model MC 28SA 9mm firearm with the serial number listed there, a 4.25 inch barrel capable of receiving 15 rounds in the firearm.
What was the second item he purchased on that date?
Shows that it was quantity of 1 Fiocchi 9mm handgun ammunition, 115 grain full metal jacket, and it shows that there were 50 rounds.
February 22nd, what did he purchase?
Shows the quantity of 4 on February 22nd, 2021, being 4 AR-15 style magazines capable of receiving 15 rounds, and they were all black in color.
And then finally, the last purchase from Grab-A-Gun on March 7th of 2021, what did he order?
On March 7th of 2021, it shows that he purchased quantity of 8, and each quantity had 20 rounds of 5.56 NATO 55 grain full metal jacket ammunition.
All of the information that you have summarized, that has been summarized on People's Exhibit 41, coming out of the records in People's Exhibit 40, indicate that they were all the same customer?
Yes.
And that customer was who?
Ahmad Alissa.
Same email address associated with the account that you've already identified?
Yes.
Same address that all of these items that he ordered from Grab-A-Gun were shipped to with the exception of the firearms that had to go through another licensed dealer.
Yes.
And then the phone number is the same phone number for every transaction, the one that is known to belong to Mr. Alissa.
Yes.
Judge, I have no further questions for Agent Haggerty.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
I have no questions.
All right, thank you, Agent, and he may be released. All right, we'll take, you may be excused and released, Agent. Thank you. We'll take our afternoon break. Have you back in here at 25 after? 25 after 3? What's that? Thank you. Just a reminder, don't discuss it amongst anyone. Don't research it. And don't form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. And remember, this goes with you everywhere you go. All right, thank you. So the low pitch humming that kind of ebbs and flows is coming from the air conditioner facilities. We'll take a look at it and see what they can do. If it means turning off the AC, they'll just cycle it. All right, you ready for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I mention one quick thing?
Yes, sir.
Just in terms of scheduling, it's possible that we have two witnesses ready to go. It's possible we may finish with them around between 4:30 and 5. We have another witness to start with if you want, or we could break then. I just wanted to flag that for the court so you had an idea as to time.
I would typically say just go ahead and break, given I believe things are going smoothly. So we'll see where we're at. but
Okay.
yes.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, be seated. Thank you. Next witness, please.
People would call Jacqueline Keaton.
Ms. Keaton, come on up here, please, towards Mr. Kuffner and then around to your left. And then, yeah, just make your way along your left around that way. Welcome to set your items down and then I'll swear you in. Take your time. Grab that water bottle off of there. You get that water that's in front of you from someone else will take that for you.
Okay.
And then if you'd like some water, there's some in front
Oh, wait.
of you there.
Did you bring that water?
From
Oh,
downstairs.
you did bring it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was there. Okay, no, that's okay.
Judge, you're taking her water.
It's my bad.
Okay.
Sorry, Brian. All right, let me swear you in, if you'll please face me. Raise your right. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you just introduce yourself to the jury? Tell them your name, spell your last name.
Yes. Jacqueline Julie M. Keaton, Keeton.
Is Julie kind of a nickname that people refer to you by?
It is my formal name, but it is, yeah, I go by Julie.
So if other folks that knew you referred to Julie, they would be referring to you, even though that is not your big name.
Correct.
How old are you?
I am 56.
Have you lived in Colorado your whole life?
I was born in Boulder and grew up in Arvada and Westminster, and then went to CU and the Boulder College Massage. And then I lived 20 years in Vegas, and then I returned 5 years ago.
What did you do in Vegas for 20 years?
I was a massage therapist.
And
I
that,
am.
sorry, go ahead.
I am a massage therapist. Yes.
At some point, did you do something different than massage therapy to have
Yes.
employment?
Yes. When I returned to Colorado, it's a long, arduous process to get your license here, and I was fairly burnt out. So I just started looking for work, and this was 2019. So I worked in retail, I served, and then COVID hit, and I was also selling insurance, and I wanted to supplement my income. So I had stopped off at the Table Mesa King Soopers, and they were hiring. So I went to work for King Soopers on
March 30th, 2020.
March 30th, 2020 was your start date.
Yes.
And what was your position at King Supers when you started there in 2020?
Initially, I was in pickup and in the pickup department. So during COVID, we were very busy shopping for people, customers, and then delivering their groceries to their cars. And I did that until November. And then I really liked the grocery retail environment and I asked for more responsibility. So they offered to start training me as a head clerk.
Had that started?
It started in January of 21.
Okay. With respect to pickup, like you worked for King Super still?
Yes.
But you would go and shop for items that people like ordered online or something and then take them out to their car. How did that work, I guess?
Correct. So people can create an order online and then we process it and we go around the store through every section of the store and choose their items and then bag them and take them out to the car.
And with respect to moving to the new position, did you hold any positions in between pickup and that
No,
new
no,
position?
no. I went straight to straight to training for a head clerk, and in the interim, you are considered a desk op. So you work at the service desk, processing money orders and returns and gift cards and dealing with returns and customers on that level, and then one would start, cashiering as well. And basically one does everything. So I could go out on carts, I would bag. And I also, because I was training to be a head clerk, I would manage the front end. So we have what's called the daily, and it's a lane assignment sheet, and it documents like who's coming in when, their breaks, their lunches, when they're leaving. And we have to manage that and keep track of all that while we're running the front end and opening check stands and bagging and sending people out on carts and the self-checkout.
So is it fair to say that in that position that you were had been moved into and were training, you kind of run the front end of the store?
Yes. Yes.
Are you in that position alone, or multiple people in the position of head clerk at any given time while the store is open?
Yes, there's an opener, a mid, and a closer. So we overlap. So
I thought lawyers had lots of words for things and we talked in like shorthand, but I'm just going to ask you to explain some of the terminology. Like, okay, what would the hours be for an opener?
An opener would be anywhere from 7:30 to 3:30 or 4:30, 7:30, 3:30 or 4:30. The mid person that's a training position. So that would start at 12:30 and go to 9. And then the closer would come in 2:30, 2:45 and close the store. So be there until 11.
So you would have sometimes overlap of 3 head clerks at the same time, the way I'm understanding it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that would have been during the same time period that this incident occurred?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, that's helpful to me. Explain who the other head clerks were on the date of this incident.
Paul Johnson was the opener, so he would have already been there when I got there at 12:30. Ricky Olds was scheduled to be in there approximately 2:30, if I remember correctly, but she was always early. So she got in there about 2 and just started the day. So I was running the daily. And when I came on that day, she had fallen the day before and had a wrap around her knee and was kind of limping along. She was also sporting a new tattoo on her left shoulder. And
you're talking about Ricky Olds?
Ricky Olds, yes.
What time did you come on that day?
12:30.
Okay, so you had been there for a while, and then Ricky shows up around 2, half hour early for her 2:30 shift.
Yeah. I think she was early. If she was definitely there by 2. Yeah, because I was scheduled to go on my break at 2:30. So
we got Paul, We got Ricky. You started talking about Ricky had fallen and had a brace, and so she was.
Yeah, kind of gimping along. And she had her sleeve rolled up, and she was sporting this new tattoo. I made a comment that she kind of looked like a Mad Max gimpy kind of gal, and she just did this little dance like she always did. She was a great riot. She was a funny person.
What was the tattoo of?
It was kind of a mosaic. Like she had one on her right shoulder, and then the new one was on the left shoulder. So it was kind of a mosaic. Like it was like very detailed, and it was a very pretty tattoo.
How long have you worked with Ricky?
So I was training, but I worked with her that year. I didn't work directly with her when I was in pickup, but I knew her.
How would you describe her?
Very, very detail oriented. She could be direct, but she always did it with a smile. And she was, she made, she got things, she was effective. She got things done. And she was very diplomatic and delegated, responsibilities.
As a head clerk, was she responsible for some of your training in that new position?
Yes. Yes.
Explain how she interacted with you during your training.
So I would be, she would give me the daily to run the show. And, while she did other head clerk duties, which, I would be to go assist at the service desk or assist with customer complaints. And so I would, I was running the daily, and that was,
I want to go back a little bit just to make sure I understand running the daily.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the scheduling of who's where, when, and running which register and who's relieving them for breaks, and it's all like assignment based.
Yes.
How do you keep track of that?
It's tough. It's you have to basically, I set my alarm clock, and for like every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes, so that, I check the daily. I'm reminded to check the daily because there's 15 things going on at once, and we're also watching, how many people come through the lines. If there's 3 or more people, we need to open another lane and keep business flowing. Make sure, when somebody does go on break, that there is somebody to cover that position, especially the self-checkouts.
Okay. When you say check the daily, is it a physical thing? Is there like a board somewhere or like a chart or something on your phone?
No, it's an actual piece of paper. It's a legal document, in case somebody were to say that they didn't get their break or they didn't get their lunch. We make notes on it and keep track of, who's been on and who's where everybody is.
So when you say Ricky would let you do the daily or take care of the daily, she was entrusting you with responsibilities as part of your training and allowing you to do some of the actual head clerk jobs.
Yes.
How else would you describe her as a trainer and person responsible for getting you to the next place in your career?
Kind of a gentle leader. She was definitely, she would explain what I needed to do, or she'd, give me insights to people's personalities, especially cashiers that have been there for a long time or very specific. They definitely want their breaks on time, where they'll, new in kids, and just how to work this diplomatically, work the daily diplomatically.
Do you know how long Ricky had worked there?
I can't remember. She had just put in for a transfer to an Erie store that week, the week prior. So she was,
non-responsive.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So you don't know how long she had worked there?
No.
I want to go back because you said Paul was the opener.
Yes.
That's Paul Johnson?
Yes.
Tell us about Paul.
Paul was very energetic. He was all over the store. We also have to do sweeps. He's very intelligent. He's a music major, not so charismatic as Ricky was. He's very matter of fact. And
was he also part of your training?
Yeah, a little bit. He was Not so much as Ricky. I mean, I just modeled myself and, watched what he did and how he did things versus how Ricky did or any of the other head clerks.
And then was there a third head clerk on that day as well? I'm guessing it would have been the closer?
Yes, that's Ricky. And then there's also, there's Ben DiDomenico, who was, he was kind of an acting middle manager, but he was also a head clerk and assistant manager. I can't remember, but he was always at the front end or running around the store and doing stuff.
So would that have put him kind of in a position of moving up from a head clerk to a different middle management position?
Yes. Yeah. He was more our supervisor, if I remember correctly.
Talk about what kind of morning it was as far as the store.
I thought it was really quiet for Monday.
Let me correct myself.
Sorry.
You said you got there at 12:30, so it would have been the afternoon, right?
Yes.
What kind of afternoon was it after you got there at 12:30?
It was quiet. I thought to myself, it's kind of quiet for a Monday.
At some point, did that change?
Yeah, we would have, ebb and flows of business. So we get a rush or, that's basically it. We would get a rush.
When there was situations in the front of the store, were you at a place in your training where you would help other people that needed supervisor approval, for lack of a better term?
Yes. So we also have a manager override ticket. It's just, you just print it out on the registers and they would expire like within, a half hour, 45 minutes, an hour. So
explain to me what that manager override that only lasts half hour, 45 minutes is.
So you print out a manager override to void transactions or help assist with other kinds of transactions that cashiers don't have that ability to do.
So if the cashier makes a mistake or something gets messed up that needs changed, cashiers don't have the authority to do that?
Correct. So
they would have to call a head clerk to come over and you would have to utilize this limited time head clerk pass?
Yes. Yeah.
How does that work as far as how do you use it?
So I would print it out and I swipe it and then enter my passcode.
And that would give you the ability to do things on the machines that the cashiers themselves could not.
Correct. It's like a void over a certain amount of money or a change order.
At some point, did things pick up and get busy? And so you did something to help with that situation?
Yeah. So I, are you talking about the acts at that time of day at 2?
That day, sometime after 2, did it get busier?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you do as a result?
So I had just printed out a manager override at 2:22 and Ben was going on his lunch. I was helping. I jumped on a cash register. I was talking to Paul, and it was check stand 11. And I told Paul that I was going to jump on, and then Kay was at the check stand next to me.
Okay, let me stop.
Okay.
When you say you were going to jump on, what does that mean?
Sorry, that I was going to open another check stand because business was picking up. We had a couple of, 3 people in line. So Kroger doesn't want people to be waiting in line for more than, 30 seconds, 45 seconds.
That's actually a rule that if there's more than 3 people in line, they're supposed to open another check stand?
It is. If they have a way of calculating the wait times. And there's also a board above the check stands. If you notice in any King Supers, it's called Q Vision. And there's an estimated wait time or an average wait time. So we are directed not to have a wait time over 50 seconds for a customer once they get in line to the end of like their transaction.
So more people are showing up. There's more people in line. So you agree to jump on, open another checkout. What did Paul agree to do to help you?
He was going to back for me.
And Judge, if I could approach.
Yes.
5 and 26.
Okay.
Let me just ask, I've handed you people's exhibits 25 and 26 for identification. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are they, what are they?
They're overshots, their cameras above, and 25 is, that's Kay and Lynn Murray. And 26 is Paul Johnson.
So let's start because you had talked about some point after 2, it getting busy, and you were starting to talk about, you jumped on a register, Paul agreed to help you by bagging. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that what is depicted in People's 26?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to admit People's 25 and 26.
I have no objection. They're admitted.
Let's start with 26, if I could publish, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So just walk us through what we're seeing in People's 26.
So I probably said, hey, I'm going to jump on here and,
Unresponsive.
okay. So I am,
Just tell us what we see in this picture.
that's Paul Johnson, scanning items, and that's me.
When you say that's me, which person in that photo is you?
I'm the one with the red shirt on and the apron
And
to
then
his left.
Paul Johnson's wearing what?
An orange and blue plaid shirt.
And the date and timestamp on this is March 22nd, 2021. This actually indicates 1:29:45 PM on that day. That's what this photograph indicates?
No, it would have been later.
Well, correct, but this is an hour off is what I was getting at.
Okay. Yeah.
Because this incident occurred around 2:30.
Yes.
Are you, and it's okay if you're not, are you familiar with the overhead cameras being an hour off at the store?
I wasn't aware that they were.
Okay. With respect to this is that time frame though of right around when the incident began.
Yes.
And then you started to talk about other things and overrides and things that managers had an opportunity to do. And when you were telling us about People's Exhibit 25, you indicated that it includes Kay and Lynn Murray. I guess we can go ahead and publish that one. And you can just tell us what's going on at this point in time.
So Lynn Murray was an Instacart shopper, and Kay was scanning her items for her shop. He had accidentally rung up her chicken salad for her lunch, and she wanted it to be removed. I told her that we'd probably have to rescan everything because it looks like it's already in process, that she's already pulled out that green Instacart card. And so I suggested that she perhaps give the customer a few dollars for the chicken salad that was rung up with that Instacart order. And she was reluctant to agree, but, I would have had to probably, rescan the whole order.
Okay, couple things. Let's just start with, how does Instacart shopping work? You mentioned some green card or something. Like, tell us how Instacart works.
So it's like pickup. You can go and place an order online. The
the shopper gets the order, agrees to take the order, and shops around the store like I would have it done in pickup. And then she's looking at her phone, checking the order, and she's going to scan and take a picture of the receipt for the customer and for Instacart. At that time, they were using manual cards.
And when you say she, you mean who?
Lynn Murray.
And tell us where Lynn's standing in this picture.
Lynn is standing, she's standing at the top behind the plexiglass shields.
With the phone in her hand.
With the phone in her hand.
You called her by name, and you mentioned that she shopped Instacart. Did you know her as a regular customer at King Soopers?
Yes, she was practically in there every day. And that day I had just asked her,
Non-responsive hearsay.
Sustained.
Without talking about what other people said, did you interact with Lynn Murray on a pretty consistent basis?
Yes.
And that was based on what?
That she was a customer, a regular customer. I was a cashier. I introduced myself to her. If I saw regular people, I would introduce myself to them.
And as an Instacart shopper, she was one of those regular customers that came in quite frequently?
Yes.
So you recognized her on site as being the person in this picture and on this day that Kay was checking out?
Yeah. Yes. Checking her out. Yes.
Tell us who Kay is.
Kay is another cashier. Kay is the person with the brown flannel shirt on and the beanie circle hat, and his left hand is gloved.
Would you have been responsible for supervising Kay?
Telling him when he would go on his break, assisting him with checkouts, bagging for him.
Okay, according to the daily.
According to the daily.
And what can you tell us about Kay?
Objection 401, 403, may we approach?
Sure.
The objection sustained.
Ms. Keaton, did Kay have anything that was unique about him?
He was Nepalese.
Was English his first language?
No.
And with respect to this transaction, explain what was taking place, what you have in your hand and what you were doing.
I have the manager override.
And what are you doing?
I just have it there. I did not use it at that time. I just had it there in preparation to use it.
How do you know you didn't use it?
Because we didn't void anything. We didn't void, the transaction had already occurred. She had already paid for the Instacart order, and she was ready to leave.
Who else was working that day?
Terry Leiker, Paul Johnson, Ben DiDomenico, Matthew, I can't remember his name, Lance, Lance G, he works at the service desk, and another young man named David. There was a young man on the west side self-checkout, another special needs sales associate, Tasia, and Clint, his Terry's boyfriend, he's special needs as well. And I can't remember who was on the east side checkout. I think Kim, it was, I can't remember. Kim, she was Vietnamese. She was on the east side checkout.
Tell us about Terry.
Terry she was just getting back from a staycation. She had on a blue and black velour shirt. I had asked her earlier in the day how her staycation was. She loved Disney. And she was very sweet, and she would bag. She was one of our courtesy clerks.
How long did you work with Terry?
For the year.
She was there long before you were?
Yes.
Was Ben around when everything started to happen with respect to this incident?
No, he
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. I think she's getting there.
Go ahead.
He walked right by me and placed the keys to the back door in my pocket as I was checking my last customer out.
Tell us why you would do that.
Because he was one of the head clerks, and should I have needed to open the back door, I would have had those keys, and he was going on lunch.
What type of things would have required you to open the back door?
Unlocking the door.
Well, I mean, like, why would you have unlocked the door, I guess?
For delivery.
Who all would have had keys in the store at that point?
Just as far as I know, 2, maybe 3 people. So managers, the store manager would have, Ben would have, the keys were passed around between the official head clerks.
Okay.
Or managers if necessary. So the closer would have gotten those keys after Ben left for the day.
Were you involved in a conversation where there was a plan made for what you were going to do at 2:30?
I was going to take my break. I was supposed to take my break.
And that conversation was with Ricky Olds and Paul Johnson, the other 2 head clerks?
Yes, Ricky.
Ricky told you to take your break?
Yeah. She said, "Are you ready to go on your break?" And I said, "Yeah, let me just finish this customer."
And describe what that customer was purchasing.
The young man was buying a huge bag of dog food. I can't remember what else.
What happened while you were helping that last customer before going on your break with the dog food?
So I handed the daily off to Ricky. Ben had just walked by and put the keys in my pocket. And as I was handing the receipt to the young man with the dog food, Denny Stong came by and he said that it sounds like they're fixing the leak on the roof. And then we heard 2 more pops. It sounded like deep resonating nail gun. And somebody said, "Those are gunshots. There's a shooter." And the last I saw, I turned to look at the person who told me, who said that. And I saw Denny and Ricky Olds standing by the east side checkout as people were running inside. And we'd heard 2 more gunshots.
A lot there. Back up, you said you said that Denny walked by right as you were handing the receipt, right as you were handing the receipt to the man with the dog food.
Yes.
Tell us who Denny is.
Denny Stong, he was a maintenance guy. He was 20 years old. He liked guns. He was kind of a Boulder hippie who loved guns, and he loved Pink Floyd and played Fleetwood Mac. He would come in there early in the morning to do maintenance and clean the bathrooms.
Was he working that day?
No.
Did you interact with him before this point in time when he says he thinks they're working on the roof?
No, he just walked by.
Where was he coming from?
The west side?
Did you see anything in his hands?
No, no.
Do you remember what check stand you were on at that point in time?
I was on 11.
And Kay was on 12.
Yes.
Do you remember where Paul was?
I don't remember where Paul was. I vaguely remember seeing him that day running. I forgot that he was even there.
And you said that you had just handed the daily to Ricky in anticipation of going on your break and she was walking away. What, in handing the daily to her, what did that mean?
That means I'm handing off the responsibility to her so she can mind people's breaks and see what, when people are supposed to come back for their breaks or go on the next break.
What other responsibilities would a head clerk have that would require them to go to the customer service area?
Customer issues, questions from the customer service people.
Were there other things that were kept in the customer service area that head clerks were responsible for dealing with?
Yes, there's computers, so they're checking QVision. They would be checking time schedules. They would be checking their emails. They would be coming to assist with the money order transaction
Talk about how the money in the drawers work for the cashiers. Like what happens to that money that piles up in the drawers?
At the end of the evening, or if there's too much cash, like the new person, the new head clerk or the closing head clerk would go and do sweeps to check all the drawers to make sure that there's not too much money in the drawers. And so they might be doing a sweep. That's part of one of their oncoming responsibilities is to make sure there's not enough money. There's enough money or not too much money in the drawers.
That would be one of
Ricky's responsibilities.
Coming on as the
closer.
Got it. Describe these pops that you heard.
When Denny walked by and said, "It sounds like they're fixing the leak on the roof," I went, "Huh?" And then we heard two more deep resonating gunshots. And I'd never heard gunshots, but somebody yelled, "Those are gunshots. There's a shooter." And then I turned around to look at the person who said that, and we heard a few more pop gunshots, and people were streaming in from the outside on the east side. And Denny and Ricky were standing over there by the east side checkout.
When you say standing by the east side, where exactly were Denny and Ricky standing?
So there was a metal wall between the regular check stands and the six self-checkouts. And people would be running through that self-checkout and at that time on the other side of between the customer service desk and the self-checkout scanners.
And these are people, just making sure I understand, running in from outside in the parking lot or outside the store, running into the store.
Yes. And Ricky was standing right at the end of the metal wall, and Denny was standing right next to her.
What did you do at that point?
I turned around and I looked around for my peeps and, like, what's my responsibility here? I was looking specifically for our special needs people. Tasia, I forgot to mention her, but she was in the front end area as well. And she was gone. And there were customers that were walking between the check stands and the aisles. And I said, "Those are gunshots. There's a shooter. Let's go." And, this was like post-COVID or a little post-COVID. So people were wearing masks. A lot of our customers are older. So they were kind of looking at me kind of like it was crazy or what, and I turned and I ran down an aisle. I think it was 5. And the guy that I had just handed the receipt to for the dog food ran by me, and I thought, oh, good, he's safe. And I turned around and I looked and I saw I saw what I thought was a body, and but it turned out to be oranges. Sorry,
Stop and explain that. Where were you when you turned around?
I was about midway down the aisle.
And you're running towards the back of the store from the front of the store.
Yes.
What caused you to stop and turn around?
The guy that ran past me, I saw him, and then I just turned around and looked, and there was the oranges that I thought was a body.
How did you determine they were oranges and not a body?
It was just quick cognizance. I was like, oh, those are oranges, not a body. Okay, keep going. Let's run. Let's go.
As you continued down the aisle, did you look back again?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw the shooter's arm and his profile and the gun.
Did you ever get a clear view of him?
No, he was backlit.
How did you ultimately get out of the store?
We ran back towards where produce is stored. So many people were running. Some of the people were just kind of still looking confused. And I just kind of kept running. I noticed this woman's boots. And I thought, those are great boots, just kind of the random things that pop through your head. One's head, my head.
So you get back through the storage area, and then what are the doors on the back like, or what door did you go out?
So there are two doors to the back area, and they're push through doors. So you just push through them, and it seemed it was dark. People were running. There was a little old lady that was walking very slowly, and I said, "Do you want me to carry you?" And her husband said, "No, we'll be fine." And so I said, "Okay." And then we ran back to where they load, where they unload the produce and other materials, bags and liquor, or not liquor, wine or whatever, just stuff. That's where they keep all the extra product. And there's a door that there's stairs, and then there's the backside of a semi that we used for storage as well.
Where'd you go when you got out that door?
Well, the door was open, and I had the keys in my pocket. Tatum was helping, and another young man were helping get people out, then down the stairs. Then we filed out and as best we could, and we went around to the berm, and we could still hear shots inside, and there were police that were coming north from. In that shopping center, there's an Abo's Pizza and some other, a nail salon and a Snarf's. And so there were cops coming from the south.
I want to back up. You mentioned you were looking for Tasia, who was one of the folks working in the front of the store during this incident. Is that Tasia Beresford?
Yes.
And then you just said that Tatum was helping people off the dock and getting people out. Is that Christopher Tatum that worked in the deli?
Yes.
So continue with what happened. You're continuing to hear shots after you're outside.
Yes.
What do you do?
So people are, there was snow on the ground. We're going out. There were, people kind of milling around. I spoke to somebody else. I can't remember who it was, her name, but I was wondering where do I go? So this woman and I went up the berm that's behind the store and behind Roadmasters, and we waited, and we heard more gunshots coming from within. And then it was quiet, so we continued to get away from the store, and we still heard a couple more gunshots. I saw Clint out in the parking lot between Roadmasters and King Supers, and he was sobbing hysterically, and he said, "I saw her."
Non-responsive hearsay. Sustained.
So while you were out back,
Mhm.
you said that you came into contact with Clint, correct?
Yes.
And that's Clint Onsford?
Yes.
And you had described earlier that Clint was Terry's boyfriend
Yes,
and that Clint had some developmental disabilities.
yes.
Describe what Clint's state was like when you came across him behind the store.
He was hysterical.
And while he was in that hysterical state, did he make some comments to you?
Yes,
What were those comments?
he said, I saw her. I saw her. And I said, who? Did you see Terry? Did you see? He said, no, I saw Ricky. I saw her go down.
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Ms. Keaton.
I have no questions.
All right, thank you. You are excused and you are released from your subpoena. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the people called James Graham that stand.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Graham. Come on up, wind around their lefts there. You just go around this one. Put that down. I'll swear you in before you have a seat. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that any testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated and get close to that microphone if you would, please. It will adjust a bit so everyone can hear you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Can you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
James William Graham, Graham.
Mr. Graham, I'm going to ask you a few questions about your background and then talk with you about the events of March 22nd, 2021, okay?
Okay.
Where do you currently live, sir?
Erie, Colorado,
And how long you've been living in Erie for?
about 5 years.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
Operations and maintenance at NOAA Building in Boulder.
What is the NOAA building?
International Oceanic Atmospheric Administration,
How long have you been working there for?
14 years.
And on a daily basis, what does your work consist of?
Making sure the building operates for the scientists and the tenants in the building, temperatures, equipment, so forth.
So if I were to join you for work for a day, what would that look like? What are you doing on a daily basis?
Just making sure that office spaces are at comfortable temperatures, and all the equipment's running properly.
Were you working at NOAA on March 22nd, 2021?
Yes.
And where is NOAA located?
About a quarter mile north of the King Supers, 325 Broadway.
Had you been to that King Supers before March 22nd?
Yes.
How often would you go to that King Supers?
Not a lot, but maybe a couple times a month.
What would you usually go to that King Supers for?
Lunch.
Were you living at Erie at the time?
Yes.
So when you did your food shopping, would you do food shopping there or somewhere else?
No, I would do it in Erie.
So you go there for lunch. What would you normally get from King Supers?
Oops. Whatever I was in the mood for, I guess. Chicken, ramen noodles that day.
Do you recall getting to King Supers on that day around 2:15, 2:20 p.m.?
Yes.
And after you arrived at the King Supers, what'd you do?
Well, I went inside and I wasn't sure what I wanted, so I kind of went around the aisles and I found something that was satisfying and I got it.
And you mentioned ramen.
Judge, can we approach, please?
Yes, sir.
That's right.
So I think we left off with ramen.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get the ramen from in the store?
One of the aisles. I'm not sure what aisle it was.
Okay. And after you got the ramen, where'd you go?
Self-checkout, front of the store.
On the west side or the east side?
Maybe on the west side.
Do you recall how many packages of ramen you got that day?
3.
And you're at the self-checkout area. So just describe for us what you were doing in the self-checkout area before anything happened.
Well, I was checking out and I noticed I was charged 10 cents for a bag. So, okay. And then I started hearing shots being fired. I heard a big bang and then shots being fired, so I ran.
I'm not going to ask you to look at video, but if it's okay with you, I'd like to show you a photograph, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been previously marked as People's 27 for identification?
Yes, sir.
What does People's 27 show, Mr. Graham?
It shows me purchasing ramen noodles.
And does that photo, fairly and accurately depict how you looked when you were checking out with the ramen noodles on March 22nd, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move People's 27 into evidence, please.
No objection.
It's admitted. Thank you.
Mission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
This might be self-explanatory, but what are we looking at here in the photograph, Mr. Graham?
Me scanning ramen noodles.
And you're on the west side of the store at this point.
Yes.
I'm going to take down the photograph, okay?
Mhm.
Let's go back to, you started to make a comment about the 10 cents per bag.
Mm-hmm.
What was that about and what was your reaction to it?
My reaction was it's only in Boulder, I guess. It's happening in my King Supers now too, so.
So you see the receipt, you react to it, and then you mention gunshots.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that, okay?
Okay.
What first drew your attention to gunshots? Where were they and what'd you hear?
Well, I heard a big bang. I thought somebody had dropped something initially. And then I heard what I identified as shotguns or shot rounds from a gun in the front of the store.
Inside or outside of the store?
This was inside the store.
Where in relation to where you were at on the west side?
Behind me to the east.
You say behind you to the east. Were you facing west at the time?
I was.
And how many shots did you hear?
I want to say 4 before I started running.
What was going on around you as you were hearing the shots?
Chaos, people screaming.
Anything breaking at all?
Yeah, I heard some stuff breaking. Glass.
Where in relation to you was the glass that you heard breaking?
Right around me.
Did you feel as though you were being shot at yourself?
Yes.
What made you feel that way?
Things being broken around me. The smell of gunpowder.
Can you recall smelling the gunpowder as this was happening?
I did.
Okay. Did you see the shooter?
No.
Did you believe that you heard the shooter?
Yes.
And what do you believe you heard the shooter saying?
Judge, objection, foundation 41403, reapproach.
Yes.
Right, I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
Mr. Graham, while the shots were being fired, did you hear people screaming?
Yes.
And did you also hear an individual yelling?
Yes.
What did you hear that individual yelling?
Fuck you.
Where was that yelling coming from?
I believe it was coming from the front of the store.
Where at that point was the shooter, based on everything that you were taking in at that point?
Front of the store.
Did you believe that yelling to be from the shooter?
Yes.
So you hear that, you hear the gunshots. What'd you do next, Mr. Graham?
I ran. I ran toward the back of the store,
Which way did you go, sir?
south.
So you're heading towards the back of the store. Where in relation to the deli and bakery area, for example?
Right along, I ran from the deli to the bakery, and then I heard a voice from the loading dock telling me to come over here.
When you say the loading dock, is that an area you'd ever been into before? Okay. So can you describe that for the jury as you're running to the back of the store? What's happening?
I see the back door open for the loading dock, and I just run through there. I can still hear the shots being fired. So I jumped off the dock and went to a place for cover. I wasn't sure if I was being pursued.
by the shooter. So I just stayed there.
Where'd you go for cover?
The nearest tree and bush for shelter.
At any point while you were running, did you believe that you had been shot?
I did.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
When I was running around the bakery, I felt a really sharp pain in my back. And it turns out I just pulled a muscle. Or strained it.
But at the moment, you thought you'd actually been hit by gunfire. How long did you stay out back?
Until I knew the coast was clear, probably 10 minutes. But by then the police had arrived. And the officer told me to stay there.
And where specifically were you?
Southwest corner of the building.
How were you positioned?
Laying down.
On what?
The ground.
Any snow on the ground there?
Yes.
How long approximately did you stay laying in the snow for?
About 40 minutes.
What happened then?
I saw the snipers on the roof. And they were gathering, and one of them had noticed me laying in the bush. So he drew his rifle toward me and yelling from the roof to don't move. Female officer who kept me in place there was yelling at him, don't shoot, he's a witness. So.
What was going through your head at that point?
Well, if hostile fire wasn't going to get me, friendly fire might. I don't know.
So what'd you do?
Put my head down and started crying.
What happened then?
Nothing.
Did you get up at some point?
I did.
How'd that come about?
A couple officers came over and told me to walk out to the street. And this was after everything went down. So I walked all the way back to the NOAA building.
How'd you get there from where you were at the back of King Supers?
I walked.
And when you got back to the NOAA building, what'd you do?
Grabbed my coat. Went back to King Supers to get my car.
So can I ask you a couple questions about that? So you go back to King Supers. About how long after the shooting was this?
2 hours.
And when you arrived back at King Supers, can you describe for the jury what the scene was? What was going on at that point?
There were emergency vehicles and they had everything taped off. I wasn't able to get my car.
Where had you left your car?
In the parking lot with the King Supers.
So what'd you do then?
Called my uncle for a ride home.
How long did you end up waiting outside King Supers at that point?
About an hour.
What were you doing during that time?
Talking to other people about what had happened.
And without getting into the substance, in other words, without getting into the words that you were saying, were you talking about what you had lived through in King Supers and out back?
Yes.
And did someone overhear you talking about it?
Yes.
And again, without getting into what you said, did you end up talking to a member of the news media about what had happened inside King Supers?
Yes.
Okay. And that was on camera?
Yes.
And you told them about what had happened inside King Supers and what you had survived?
Judge, at this point, I'm going to say 401, 403.
Your Honor, this next question will explain why I'm going
I'll
down
hear
this
the
road.
next question and then I'll roll.
Following the television interview, did you receive a phone call from someone?
Objection.
Yeah, why don't you first, please? The objection sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. So without getting into the substance of it, you receive a phone call. After that, without just yes or no, sir.
Yes.
Okay. What was the impact on you of going through the shooting at King Soopers?
I was devastated.
Can you share with the jury some details, please?
Couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. Anxiety, depression. Had to go through therapy.
Any change to your physical appearance, Mr. Graham?
Yeah.
Such as what?
I have diabetes.
Since the shooting? How about weight loss?
I have lost a lot of weight.
How much weight approximately have you lost since the mass shooting?
About 60 pounds.
Your Honor, I don't have anything further from Mr. Graham.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you, sir.
No questions, Judge.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Graham, you are free to go and you are released from the subpoena.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Now be a good time to break.
We call another witness, but we would not finish by 5. So I think since we're ahead of schedule now is a good time to break, but I leave it to the board.
I think we break for the day, Your Honor. It's Friday.
All right, given both sides, we'll break for the day. All right, so let me give you the admonition. I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone by any means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know immediately or as soon as possible. If it happens over the weekend, can't have that either. You must not consult any outside references, do any internet searches on anybody involved in this case. Most importantly, do not form or express an opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you, and you all can go talk about it once once the case is submitted to all of you. This applies every time you leave this room. All right, with that, thank you. Have a nice weekend.